You look like a whole summer day today, even though it's been gloomy and raining all day out here. We got some flooded. Yeah, some
Well, I
streets are flooded.
surely, truly appreciate it.
Who's that? Who's that?
Where? Oh, look at here. Look, we got so much going on. Okay, now I gotta find. All right. Do that.
I think I may call Lloyd Strayhorn, see if he want to come back on. I like Lloyd. Good peoples.
Why things don't never work the way I want them to? Oh my goodness.
And you got it again saying, well, we have to make sure we change it. Says Sakina's personal meeting room. Live.
Yeah.
Okay, be ready. I'm ready, sis.
I'm trying to make my screen share. I don't know what's going on. I just hit. Where's my screen? Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Yep. I still see it, even with this delay on my side. Look at that. That's a whole delay. I did that shit like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, well.
I can't stand it.
I can't either because I don't know what is going on. All right, let's do that one. All right. You see it? I love that.
Mm-hmm.
That's hot. I love that.
I do too. I do too.
You know what? I love that so much. Listen, if I had to do something else, even though it's a little, FYD'd, listen, just one time because we've been gone so long, right? And so I just wanted to. We back, we back, put your hands up. We back again, keep your hands up. We back, we back, we back, we back, we back. The days are free, my shit be right. Movie 13, I'm a tonight. Golden is like Superman and kryptonite. So I pray I don't miss my flight, switch tonight. Get out the plane and all the trains. See a man for fame, holding up my name. Kill my things and head down the back plane. And I hit somebody, scream my name. So I look back, look once, look twice, look fast, look left, look right. Look quick, look me, look right. They try to tell me honey don't look right. So I approach her, all the kosher, but there was kids running out the poster. Then I was on a little site to show for so I had to say nice, but no, you feel better. Hey, come on in the room. Come on in the room.
Official smoking conversations turn up. We back, y'all. We is back from a long vacation. Oh yeah, we kicked it too. Didn't we kick it? You kicked
Yeah,
it,
we
I
did.
kicked it, we kicked it.
We kicked it like I got sicked it.
We kicked it. Hey, my birthday too was last month. Oh, I think it's for the
Yes,
entire
yes.
month of June, y'all.
Come
Period.
on. Mine's
Period.
was in May. Come on.
Epic. Look, we
Come on.
both looking good, glowing. I got that glow. That
Yes, I
glow.
love that green. Yes, it's doing you
Okay,
right.
got that. Yeah, we kicked it for the whole month.
Yes.
Now we enter July. Today is July the 1st. So let's
Yes.
see what Cancer season has in
You know,
store.
oh,
Okay.
listen, starting with before we get into it, what's the name of this hurricane? Burl.
Girl. Yes,
Oh,
girl rhymes with girl. Burl rhymes with oh,
Cheryl,
Lord, did you see all that?
right? Burl,
That
Cheryl, and it's
was
gonna hit
bananas. My God.
Jamaica 3 times.
Yeah, that's
Right?
crazy.
Later on this week again. Burl ain't playing.
Burl ain't playing. Burl ain't showing you no, they ain't showing them no love.
Yeah, maybe that's where Burl Lives came from, huh? I'm
Oh
sorry.
man.
I'm just saying, Burl is not playing. You see what I'm
He not
saying? But
playing. Nah, seriously. Nah, seriously.
it's not hurricane season yet.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. Because they were saying, I think that was you that was telling me earlier that because I was listening to the newscast and the Weather Channel. They were saying, okay, it's not um hurricane season yet. And then they mentioned something about it's going to come back around when hurricane season actually starts. And then
Yeah.
you was also saying something about it earlier today. So I was like, oh my God, like that's a lot. That's a lot to have to contend with.
It is.
Because that water is not playing.
It's
That
not.
water is not playing. So it's not your
It's
friend.
not.
Not
So
play with it.
we're
Period.
gonna tap into a little of that, but as far as the research for it, right? We got some good resources, right? So tip of the iceberg, the
Mm-hmm.
Titanic, Britannica, right? It's more than just a book, or it's not just a ship, right? You can get
Yeah.
into it. So anytime because prior to, we've had a lot of catastrophic events, right? Um, and some of them we started, right? But again, a lot of them they watch as they come, and they see them, and just like I was watching one of the weather channels, um, they see them far out enough to say that we'll see how they work out later on in August. Later on, that's
Mm-hmm.
how far they can watch. They're watching them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Facts.
see, so
Facts.
it's like, well, dang, So the
Yeah.
satellites are awesome, wonderful, right? And so I was watching this video with my grandson, like, how would the world be 100 years after humans?
So what you
You see what I'm
so
saying?
so
But
what you say? What you mean after humans?
listen here, that's how he was watching it. And so, yeah, and it was so deep. I'm like, listen here, I'm gonna keep it, and I'm gonna do some research on it. I appreciate him, just introducing
I
me to
know
some.
you see that would be the kind of stuff that you like. That's your shit. That's your jam. That's your
Mhm.
damn lane. Me, I don't give.
Because
I'm gonna always believe we're gonna be here. So you can
right,
forget it.
but
The
human,
earth, the
with
people
the
been here
earth
forever.
replenished itself.
Yeah. Well,
I'm saying what
there you
happened
go. We
was
was
it
gonna
was
find a
like
way to be singing
Egypt.
they damn self.
It was like Egypt, Egypt and the Antarctica and the what is that over there called with the Amazon, all of
Right.
those things. Yeah, it was just like all of that all over again, and right, except for Florida, right? Because apparently, uh, Florida and the Carolinas,
So any
they've
place off the
always been
coast.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they've
coastal.
always been here, and so their monkeys.
Gina, y'all, girl.
Them and their monkeys have nothing to do with Africa. Okay? So I can't speak for them, just everybody.
Oh, look, or HIV or COVID. And
Exact. Oh, yes,
because the
especially
monkeys,
HIV.
right? The monkeys are to blame for every goddamn thing,
Right.
right?
Yeah. So,
If we sit and say that
right.
we are
Exactly.
primates, it's
Right.
just the way it's a classification. People don't
No, not
understand
for
that part.
Florida.
But in the
Florida
same breath,
can
right?
be
The
a
monkeys
primate.
gave us HIV,
Florida, no, those
COVID,
people
all
can
kind of
be
shit.
primates. No, no, they have always been there, and so have those monkeys. So they can be primates. Don't you let them tell you different. Those monkeys have always been there, and so have they. Mm-hmm. They, they can't change now. Don't let them tell you different. They have always been there. History says it, and so have they. And guess what? So have those monkeys.
We have those damn monkeys. That part.
Exactly. So now they, without a doubt, I don't care about Africa anymore, but they're not from Africa. So, they don't work for you.
Right. The monkeys are not. You know
They
what? Wait, no,
don't
no,
work
no.
for
Keep
you.
it there. No, no. Keep it right there, though. How the hell
Right.
the monkeys? Wait a minute. How the hell the monkeys gonna be from Africa and we not? Wait, what the fuck?
No,
So
no,
do we
no.
have? Wait a minute. So let me ask a question. Let me put it out there then. So do we have abo monkeys? I'm just
No. Those monkeys are just like oranges.
people. Like, since the
In
new
Florida
came in.
oranges and Florida monkeys, those have nothing to do with Africa. You got Florida oranges, Florida monkeys, and Florida Florida American Black people, Indians. And so these specific people are, yes, they are, I don't
Right.
know, what
There you go.
primates and all of that stuff. That's them.
Yeah, that's them. That's
That's
them.
them.
That's
They're not like
y'all.
us.
Yeah, that's y'all.
That's
That's
them.
y'all.
Yeah. Aren't you glad you're not them? Aren't you glad I am?
I'm
Swamp
just,
baba loo baba
no,
baba
wait a
doo.
minute, wait a minute. I just want to run that back sometimes because I'm like, well, wait a minute. So we got food from Africa, we got clothes from Africa, we got monkeys from fucking Africa, we got we got uh pottery and trinkets and all kind of shit from Africa. But then when it comes to us as a people, nigga, we Welsh.
Either that or Alaga.
We Welsh.
No, we
Don't you
Alaga.
know that?
We got Alaga syrup from Florida off the alligator slobber.
Oh my gosh. Oh
Then the
man.
molasses will be the
It's all look,
alligator.
it's all good. Listen, they ass can't figure it out, but we already got it figured out. Ain't nobody coming up no time soon telling me I'm not from Africa. That's weird as fuck. And I want those Aboriginals to know, even though we like some of y'all still weird as fuck. And y'all subscribe to some weird shit. Just FYI. Put that out there right quick. Just put that all out there.
Listen, I just don't understand.
I told you I watched that video that day that Top Cats did that slide. He had like 300 slides that time we were sitting here watching. Swear to God, he put Aboriginals all the way back to the Christian Crusaders. That's like 1019 or some shit. 1490. I was like, and every time he came into a new century, He was like, see, there goes Aboriginals right there. See, right there with that in the dot, that's the Aboriginal. He is Aboriginal. Told you he was always there from the beginning. I was just sitting there like, are you serious right now? So so you really gonna say that with a straight face? You really gonna say that with a straight face?
Right. You
That the
mean the Arab
Aboriginals was there with the
already did.
Crusaders, the Christian Crusaders with the red cross, look like the ambulance. Y'all was there too. Oh shit! Come on.
Right. Right. The man walking across fire with the that was him. He was like,
That was
yeah.
him. You didn't know it was him because his feet was burnt and black at the bottom. But we know Aboriginal feet when we see Aboriginal feet, and that man was an Aboriginal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How you
It
know?
blows,
Because he
it
said
blows the
Abo
mind
Abo.
sometimes. It blows the mind. And you know what? And I wasn't exactly that other day when we was on Sinetta's. I wasn't exactly mad at that guy, like Sinetta said, because he brought up a really good point when he said that, okay, we're not sitting here saying that everybody Africa. We're sitting here saying you can't make everybody Indian, right? And then native Indian. And then that very night, Top Cats had another video on that was like the Native Americans are engineered. Nigga, you is engineered. Are you serious? So now the Native Americans aren't even a real thing. They're not even a real people. They're socially engineered. And I mean, and the lies, they just keep coming out his mouth like it's natural. And for me, none of y'all stopped him. Y'all didn't stop Dane Calloway from sitting here talking that crazy shit. You didn't stop Topcast from talking that crazy shit to the point where he wrote a book about the crazy shit and then had the audacity to come into the community with that crazy shit. And because we wanted just to give him an opportunity to speak, because everybody deserves an opportunity to speak, whether you agree with it or not, we
True.
gave him an opportunity to speak. And this is the shit he did cause mass confusion within the collective and within the Black community. I don't appreciate that. I really think that next time somebody come up with some crazy shit, we stop their ass at the front door. That's just the bottom line. Don't let nobody else come in here with another kind of people or religion and tell you that you are those people and attempt to fuck up the history that we have here in the Americas, as well as our own history traced back to Africa. That's some craziness. And I don't appreciate us just letting him come through like that and just attempt to destroy everything that we value. That was wild. I mean, he was trying to rewrite history. He was trying to change the narrative. He was trying to actually insert himself in parts of history where Aboriginals didn't even exist, whether they was Native or Aboriginal. And he was also culture appropriation. He was cultural appropriating other people's culture and religion from other places and still making it his own. That's what
Right.
you call socially engineered. So that video should have been Aboriginals engineered, not Native Americans engineered. You
Ooh.
know, that was just ridiculous. And I'm like, now he just clout chasing for views because I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't watch his shit. He gets on my nerves, and the shit he talk about gets on my nerves. His
Ooh,
people are
girl.
cool, but yeah, I can't pull up like that.
That's what I'm saying. He too disrespectful. I
He's
used to
so
didn't think that,
disrespectful.
but now he really changed my mind.
Yeah, he's so disrespectful. Period. Period.
He really changed my mind. Let me just
Yeah.
say peace out to Brother Lie and my little brother Burn Dog. Yay! Yes.
I know Barn Dog always coming through. That's what's up. I
Yes.
appreciate that. I appreciate that for real.
Me
And
too. Yeah, because we ain't been here in a minute.
I know because we was on vacation. I should have put up some flyers that said we are on vacation for, a couple weeks. And Gemini was not getting ready to sit here and stop her flow for nobody. No. And I turned a whopping 51 years old. If somebody would have told me, if I could tell my younger self anything, I would say, listen, girl, save all your beauty, all your charm, save all the words till your ass hit 50. And then I'd have been like, let's loose.
Listen here, I done heard so much now that I just feel like sometimes I feel like, oh my God. But at the same time I have to go, look here. I believe some of this and then some of this I don't. And the reason why is because yeah, I believe that we should always stay fit and exercise and don't take advantage of it as we were young and as we get older we should. I understand that part. It's, you know what I'm saying. I really now, you know what I'm saying, because if you don't use it you lose it, you know what I'm
Okay.
saying. And so
Girl,
I understood
I
that.
never had it to lose in the first place. Like I am for real, for real. I'm a late bloomer. I didn't even start
No,
none of this stuff
no,
till I got way older.
you see what I'm
But
saying,
I'm
but
just saying, yeah,
never being lazy, but always being fat or chubby or whatever you want to call it.
lump,
Uh,
girl. That's the
as I
word.
got
Can't say
older, you know what I'm
the F
saying, and
word.
especially having a desk job. Now, see, I'm okay with calling it, you know what I'm saying, because for
No,
me,
no,
no, I'm
I'm not,
saying for
no,
me,
no, because
not
that's
my
aesthetics.
acceptance.
That's
No, because
aesthetics, and
my thing
aesthetics
is
don't matter.
no. Listen to me, because when I dress up, I let sexy be sexy, and I'm gonna be delicious. Understand what I'm saying? Hmm. Okay, because he might want sexy, but I gotta look delicious because the way to the stomach is through the eyes to the stomach, and you see what I'm saying. You might have sexy on lockdown, but sometimes I gotta look delicious. So you know what I'm saying. You might want, hey, so I ain't in competition.
I think all men like
Exactly. So that's
deliciously
all I'm
plump
saying.
women.
Come
I
on.
don't
So
know. I mean, I personally don't know too many men that like them thin. I just don't. I know a few, but I know more that like them
right.
plump and delicious. Yeah,
Exactly, but and that's my
that's the
whole
thing. That's a
thing
real
is
thing,
because if
y'all.
I can't think
It
that
is.
you beautiful, you see what I'm saying? That I don't never come in competition. I love all my sisters the way I love me, and right, and I'm never gonna never change that about me, and right. And the only way I feel that you become ugly is when you start acting ugly. Other than
Ooh, and
that,
you say ugly stuff for
so
real.
exactly, and so therefore, I don't ever think nobody's better than me or lesser than me, right? I walk it the way I talk it, right? If I don't feel like it, I don't feel like it. But for other than that, I'm not on that. I'm literally not on that. I'm too old for that. That's so when we back to this part, because I worked a desk job. You see what I'm saying? I did one labor physical job all my life, other than being a mother. You see what I'm saying? So
You work a desk job.
right, but I don't do the physical anything in the last maybe
Ooh,
15 years. Maybe
right,
you
I'm
see what I'm
like,
saying? So when I did that cooking and all that at that job and then doing the HR and all that, once I stopped doing all of that, it grinded my knees, and plus I was carrying all this weight. I done been 500 pounds twice.
oh
I
damn.
got bone on bone, hip on hip, right? I done did hair. You see what I'm saying? Right? I got
But
double
that's a
arthritis. I had
stereotype,
body.
don't you think? That's a stereotype to say that plump women are lazy because I have plump girlfriends and not a damn one of
No, I
them is
never said
lazy.
they were lazy.
That one plump, my BFF is plump and she can outdo me in a lot of stuff. I'm like,
No, I never
I'm
said that,
tired of
but do you
all this.
understand what I'm saying? The grinding and all this down on my knees, and when you lose it, you see what I'm saying? And now I'm grinding
Yeah, but
on
I'm
knees and
saying
all
you
this other
okay,
stuff. And
wait, press pause. Listen, you're saying that too, but in the same breath, all I'm hearing is that you were not lazy. You got up and
right,
worked.
but then you just hear me just say out of fit, and then I period, and I in 15 years, and then you just heard me pause and said what I haven't did, and basically now, when you don't use it, you lose it. and now I
Listen.
be hurting a lot because I don't do as much as I used to. Da 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 da. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So
But see,
I
but that's
agree.
why, for me, and someone we had this conversation today at work, by the
Exactly.
way, about, um, retirement. And I'm like, nah, I don't see that word in my future no time soon.
No, you're too
For
young.
me, I just don't, I don't see it. I don't,
Yeah.
other people are tired
Yeah.
of working, but I think that by the time I get tired of getting up every day working, I'm gonna be 6 feet under. I'm gonna just keep it all the way 100. I'm I
I
am
wouldn't
not.
I wouldn't be
Yeah, I'm not the one to be like, talk about ending working a JAB. That's not gonna happen. I'm gonna always work, and if the minute I can't work, I'm gonna find a way to work.
Yes, listen, I wouldn't have there's no
I'm
way
gonna do it.
on the greens of the golf course. I would
Yeah,
have
I'm gonna do it. I'm
I
I'm
would have
I'm not interested.
come
Yeah,
on.
the DMG, the
Yes.
poet, we want delicious. Exactly. Exactly. I know.
Listen,
I
DMG,
know.
yes,
Let
that's
me
my
tell you,
brother.
when I
Listen.
told you, hold on, Sakina, listen, remember I told you this story when we were young growing up, and my BFF has always been my BFF because I have my same friends since preschool. That's
Yeah.
a West Coast, that on the West Coast, we just do that. People live in the same neighborhood for 1,000 years. Don't nobody change their phone number. And if cell phones wouldn't have came, everybody on that block still would have had, okay, in California, the same damn phone number for 1,000 years. And I still got my friends from the neighborhood and block from 1,000 years ago. That's just the way that it is, right? But when we was younger and my BFF started getting a little plumper, the more dudes and numbers she would get. So by the time we got grown and we call her Big Juicy, let me tell you, we would go places and all of us that was much thinner, because I was much thinner too. Listen, we wouldn't get no action. They all would bypass us to go straight to her. So I know for a fact that men love delicious. It is what it
Yeah.
is. There's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with it either. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
get
So
them digits,
you
girl.
know what I'm saying? You come
You
on
better
with it.
get
That's
them
all I'm
digits,
saying. You better
boo. You better get
listen.
them digits.
Say it like I play, say it like I said. Yes, come on, because we gotta do what we gotta do. You know what I'm
You
saying?
gotta
We
do
gotta
what
do what
you
we gotta
gotta
do.
do.
Hey,
Facts.
that's what I'm saying. I
Facts.
love y'all. You know that. Listen,
Period. Period.
we gotta do what we gotta do, girl. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know that. But listen here, and y'all know I'll be running, talking about some. Hey, what? Y'all know I'm shy. Yes, but it's hard on us. It's hard on us as women. So we be, that's how we gotta
Everything
raise
is
our
hard.
daughters.
Everything is hard on us, and
Yeah.
I wish people would appreciate that a little bit more about Black women, or just even
Mhm.
for me, because I'm gonna do it in general because I'm one of those people that believe a woman is a woman, and I don't really see any color because the shit is hard when you're just a female
Come on.
child. You grow up
Yeah,
female, there's lots of stuff that come. There's lots of stuff that come with that. So I'm
come on.
inclined to be more sympathetic just to women in general because women have it hard all over the world still to this day. To this
Yeah.
day.
Especially, when y'all beautiful like that, right, DMG wife, uh, Nepal, we
When
got so many
they
beautiful
beautiful
queens,
like that,
you
I
know,
don't even subscribe to a
you have to see
aesthetic.
yourself good. No, I'm just saying, y'all, this is what I'm saying. When we look at ourselves and then we try not to play ourselves because I feel like you do. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure she feel that way too. But when you get thrown in this community like that, and then you don't want to, because I be feeling that way too. I told you, it's times when I have dressed up to do shows, or my kids do my makeup or something to that effect. I tell them take it off because I be feeling like you finna get me raped. You see what I'm saying?
You
Because
You a mess. See now, I now listen. See,
you know what I'm
you
saying?
be sitting,
Listen
no,
here.
no,
I'm
no.
just
You be sitting
listening.
here. No, you be sitting here saying some controversial
I
shit. Let
don't
me
give
put
a
that
damn
out
what
there.
you feel. I love
Take
you
off
though,
that
but look
makeup.
here.
I
I just
Hell,
I
now that's
can't do you like that.
controversial. You start, you starting already.
hey, listen, I can't.
Talking
I
about
get
some
nervous with it.
take off your what? Oh,
Listen here,
I
my daughter
don't
told me
understand.
if
I
I
don't
can show you.
understand.
I can show you. Listen here, let me show you this. I must have when I went to my reunion. I got a pen, and I said, listen, contrary to what you believe, I love ink pens, and so I just want to show you this.
Suffering that
So
mug, right? What the
I
heck?
want to show you this. This is one of my pen collections because I love ink pens, y'all. And this is one of my things with ink pens. And so
Listen,
this right
if
here,
ink
I'm gonna try
pens
to
is
show
all
you.
that you want, these men will gladly send your ass some
Look,
damn pens.
these
Y'all send Sakina
I
some pens,
made
some
these
good ones.
I made these for my calligraphy
$6.
pens. You see these? Ain't
Yeah.
these cute? I made these out of for my calligraphy pens. And I also did these. Um, I also did these. Ain't these cute?
Now, okay, that's cute, Sakina.
Okay, thank you.
Why are we looking at your pens again? What
Okay,
is
well,
going
anyway, I was
on?
just listen, but I'm just saying, so I got some brushes. Maybe not this many, but almost this many, but not this many. Because remember, I was telling you about my daughter makeup, and so they wear makeup like that. So they bought me some brushes and all this stuff, and so I went out of town and I had to do my own makeup one time, and so she gave me all these brushes and she gave me all this stuff, and she said put it all here and do this and all this and then do it all this, and I felt like I was doing a coloring book, and so I put all that shit on, washed my damn face, and I just went on and I put on my lashes and some little liner and my Carmex. That's my lipstick. And I went out there like, how you like me now?
You.
Oh,
I cannot deal with you. I am
I'm
not. No,
not
that's
doing
blasphemy.
all that.
See, that
It's
is
hot
blasphemy. The
too.
devil is a liar. You are coloring your damn face like a coloring book. Every inch of makeup that ladies wear, okay, it
Listen, you
is,
don't
and
have
it's
on nothing.
because your face is a form of art too. Otherwise, we wouldn't pierce our ears. Some people pierce their nose. Some people pierce
I
their lips.
did.
You have people pierce their tongue, and yet people
I
pierce their
did.
skin, their eyebrows. So
I
all you
did.
know, right? So then people who pierce their face can't talk about people with makeup.
Okay, well, I did my makeup then. Okay,
I'm just
you got me.
saying.
I did my
I'm just
makeup
saying.
then. I
Y'all
pierced
can't
my
talk about.
nose. I
Ain't
pierced
nobody
my
with no
eye. I
facial
pierced my
piercings talk
tongue.
about nobody with no
That's my
makeup.
makeup then. I'm good. I just pierced all
Mm-hmm.
I got my makeup on. Bling. Thank you, boo.
She
See?
felt like a
I
coloring
love
book.
you. See how you did me, girl? You better find my makeup.
Oh my God. I can't. I can't. I can't. Oh my
Hey,
goodness
Black
gracious. So
Sabbath
wait,
wig
wait, wait,
pig
wait.
judges 6-1. I don't know how you say your name, but you always come in with the
No,
Holy
the Black
Spirit, I
Sabbath War
guess.
Pig. Judges 6-1. The Black Sabbath War Pig. That's how you say that. It's a long ass
Oh,
name, granted.
but what is 6-1 judges? I mean, he always come
I
in
don't
with the
know.
Holy Spirit.
Look it up. Look it up. Let's see what Judges 6-1 mean. Cause like I don't know. I don't know what the hell Judges 6-1. I mean, I know the Bible, but I don't know Judges 6-1.
Judges 6-1.
Judges 6-1. Let's see. He or she probably like, what the hell? Don't be putting my damn name on blast. Okay,
Oh,
it
see,
says,
who is it your
hold
island?
on. And look. And look at all these Bible names, right? Judges 6-1, NIV, KJV, NIV, NLT, NKJV, ESV. It
Oh,
says the Israelites did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and for 7 years he gave them into the hands of the Midianites. Because of the power of the Midian was so oppressive, the Israelites prepared shelters for themselves in the mountains, clefts, caves, and strongholds. That's pretty good, though. I can dig it. I can dig that. I like that because it's actually complete, right? 7 years he gave them into the Israelites into the hands of the Midianites. Because the Midianites were so oppressive, they prepared shelters, they fled. But remember that I always sit and tell you about, you know, mean and evil people. Some people like to challenge mean and evil people, but that's not what the Bible ever says. When those people ask,
Mm.
so what do we do? You know, how do we fight Satan? Jesus was like, flee. It was like, what are you talking about? You are a mere human being, and the devil is a spiritual angel, a spiritual being. You
That's
are
so
not
beautiful.
in a position to be fighting the devil. So he said the Bible will tell you to flee, just like these people here, these evil, oppressive people. They fled for safety. And that is the smartest thing to do when you come against a group of people. Sometimes it's not the best idea to think you can sit here and be busting heads wide open. Sometimes the best thing you can do is to flee. Period. You know,
That's right.
live another day.
Come on in the room, Judges 6-1. Black Sabbath War Pig smoking on a cigarette. I like it.
I absolutely like it too. I like it because there's wisdom in that. There's wisdom there.
I
You
like
know,
that.
there's some wisdom there, and I can appreciate wisdom all day
Oh,
long.
yes, because stepping on the devil might give you a high foot. We don't know.
Wow. You wow. I cannot.
You don't know what stepping on the devil might do. You might mess around and get high feet. Shit, we don't know. Listening to all that foolery. We already know. We can't stand these hot days we be getting. Huh? You talking about you go to hell.
Shut up, the devil ain't. Shut up,
These
ain't no
damn
devil made
seas,
this.
these damn seas drying up right now. We know ain't no water down there. Down there, up there, out there, somewhere out there. Listen here. I tell you what. While we got a little company. Oh shoot!
Okay.
I didn't even drop the link. Can you drop the link?
Yeah. I'm trying to
All
figure out, when did you get, hold up, Swole Up, when did you get 1,026 comments? When the hell did we get 1,026 comments?
When? Today?
I have no idea, but this is us, and it say 1,026 comments.
Are you serious?
I'm positive. That's so deep.
That's real deep.
That's real
It
deep.
gets me. I need my Holy Spirit glasses. What the Holy Ghost
Okay.
glasses?
No. Okay, Sakina. No, I cannot.
Drop
Um,
the link.
yeah, because I can't. Hold on. I may or may not. Let me try. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I gotta do like Barn Dog said. Hold on, because he showed me how he dropped the link one day. He was like, "You see them three dots?" I'm like, "Yeah." He
I
was
don't
like,
know.
"Something, something, something, something." Barn Dog, where you at? How the heck did we
Oh,
drop the daggone link?
listen,
It's
we be in the
crazy.
middle. We in the
You
middle
don't
of
even know
something.
how to drop the link.
Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm. Listen.
Hey, that's the damn shade. Okay, hold on, Sakina, because I can't. I don't see the. Okay, I don't see
The three
our
dots.
link. Yeah, and don't forget, because I'm both on the phone. So if I was not on the
Okay.
phone, like if I wasn't on the phone, I could drop the link, but I can't drop the link because
I gotta figure
I'm on
out.
the phone. Yeah, and I don't know how to. I don't know which three buttons Barn Dog always. I don't know what the heck he be. Barn Dog can find any damn thing, y'all. That's just the bottom line. If it's lost, Barn Dog will find it. Period. He finds every link to everything everywhere in America. And then he was teaching our slow ass how to sit here and find it. And I don't forgot what he said and how to do it. I'm like, how do you do it?
Right, because I
I
don't
don't
see
know.
three dots myself. Ain't that sad?
No, you shouldn't have to. For you, it's right on the screen, on the little green highlighted button on the screen, on the actual screen.
Oh, but I don't know how to put it in the. Oh, wait a
No,
minute. I might
it'll let
could.
you copy and paste it.
Hold on. I already copied it and pasted it. So let me see how I can do that.
Copy and
Hold on.
paste that. I'm in the chat and I don't see no copy and no paste of nothing.
Oh, let me see how that's gonna look though. That's too much. Let me see.
I don't see what you see.
No, I hold on, because what I did something else. This was to the email, so I just remembered.
I swear,
I
I
get
know,
in
you
this.
know what? Don't make me sit here and call you the auntie Sakina. Because y'all do my cousin Gina be doing the same stuff. And her ass is the auntie. Cousin Gina, just in case you watching, you ain't the cousin. You is a whole auntie out here in these streets.
Sometimes you gotta have a auntie, that'll do it. And then you say, "Won't she do it?" And, and you be
I
like, "Yeah,
can't.
she
I
will."
cannot. I cannot. If you don't sit here, okay,
All right. So
did you find the link? That's
the
all
link
I
is
want to know.
all I need to take is the meeting ID or the
Yeah,
HHTP. Which one?
the meeting ID.
All right.
At this point, I should know it by heart, but whatever.
Why I won't copy? Okay. It will only copy the link. So maybe
Whatever.
let me go here.
And I'm gonna tell Barn Dog, these three buttons don't work. Barn Dog, these three buttons don't work.
All right, I got it on there now.
Okay. Oh, yep, you sure do.
All
Somebody click
right.
on and come up on this panel. And let's see if
All
it
right.
works. Brother Live,
Now,
where you at? DMG, where you at? Somebody click the link. I don't know what. Yeah, but that's it. That is it. That's the correct one.
all right. So we in
You
there.
did
We
that,
we
girl.
we in there.
You
We
did
in
that.
we in
Okay,
there.
so wait. Okay, so wait, it's been a lot going on. So wait, did you hear before we start the presentation? Wait, I was just watching the news before we logged on. Did you know that
Mm-hmm.
China launched a rocket into space and the shit blew up because it was accidentally launched? It was not even supposed to launch. Somebody hit the button and the shit blew up. That's crazy.
What was in it?
No, I don't think people were in it. No, I don't think nobody was in it. It was just an accidental launch. But when you talking about blowing up a rocket shit, you talking about millions of dollars. You're not talking about like blowing up a Tycho, some shit, Tonka toy space rocket. No, this shit is gonna be what? At least a couple billion a rocket? Come on. That's about 2 billion easy. I couldn't even believe that. I was like, it's a lot going on. So between this presidential debate, between Burrow, the Hurricane Burrow, and stuff like this been in the news like all day today, like some crazy stuff been in the news like all day today. And I was like, wow, there's a lot going on July 1st.
I mean, we haven't bounced back. We, as in the whole universe, we haven't bounced back from any of the other storms. Let's know we still under war.
Yeah, and that's another thing, right? So it's been going down all over the world. It's a little bit chaotic right now. So the energy out there is definitely chaotic and on some bullshit, of course. But it's like, woof, it's like we gotta pay attention to, what's really happening because a lot of stuff can and cannot affect us. Some stuff can affect us, some stuff, won't affect us, but you still should kind of keep current with all your events so that you can know what the heck is going on in the world. It's a lot of stuff going on today. So, it is what it is. I just thought I'd just throw that out there.
That's a big wowzer.
That's a big wowzer. Facts.
You know,
Facts. And then don't
wowzer.
get me started because that back to that presidential debate when Trump weird self out there talking about some, yeah, that's why Putin didn't like you. And that's why Putin said, don't make me cuss you out. You know, it's like, listen here, Trump. Don't nobody give a damn about Putin. That's Russia. This is here. And Biden's already president. So who gives a damn about what the hell Putin talked about? This is not some sandbox where some kids get in it and just absolutely play, and he played too damn much for me. I really can't stand Trump. I can't believe there's a lot of people who was really, considering letting this 34 felon criminal actually get another term. That is wild to me. Well, he creates jobs and he give back. Have you looked at the fucking data for unemployment? Are you serious? What kind of people is gonna make other people get their ass up and go get a job? Because Trump is in office, now you're gonna all of a sudden get up and go get a job. Unemployment is still high. People ain't been wanting to come back to work since COVID. So what the hell does Trump being in office got to do with a job? You know how many jobs are available? You can't even give jobs away right now. There's so many people hiring for so many positions, and you're gonna tell me, well, Trump gave us better tax cuts. Yeah, when people were fucking working. How about people are not working any longer? People are at home trying to get remote work, telework, and do anything the least possible path to do some work. And you still talking about a tax bracket. Make it make sense. Tax brackets are for people who get their ass up and work, not people who want to sit at home and do whatever the hell they want to do, but still want a free check in the mail. What is we talking about? What is we saying? What is we saying? Make it make sense. I work in corporate America. I absolutely understand how shit works.
Come on.
It's not magic, y'all. I just want for people who, think that money and checks is magic. The shit is not magic unless you scamming some goddamn body. And even then, that shit will catch up to you. So I'm just simply saying, what the hell does Trump have to do with anything relevant? All the shit that people love about him was so yesterday.
Come on.
Before he got convicted for 34 felonies. If you want Trump in office, then I'm also going to get my cousin Pookie and Ray Ray. They got a criminal record. Why can't they be president? They steal shit like he stole them documents from Mar-a-Lago.
Hey, nephew.
In his closet. My cousins Pookie and Ray Ray steal shit. Can they be the vice president? How would y'all like that? Can he be black and do that? The same shit that it's okay for Trump to do, talking about he gonna give them a tax cut. That's for working class folks. And on top of that, he still favors the rich. What has he done for the poor? Because them same people who was interviewing him last year he was in an RV. I'll never forget. He was in an RV, where people live in the RVs, and he was in a trailer. He was in the trailer community, right, where people live in the trailer homes, and they had tires in the back of their houses. Everybody had these tires because apparently they lived in a place where they couldn't get rid of the tires, right? So people had these tires in the back of their trailers all set up. Them same people still got them same tires. What the hell did he do for them people who live in that community? You don't think them people got aspirations to go from their trailer to a real type of home?
Girl, people live in Walmart.
I'm just simply saying, for all the people who say that Trump is there for the people, if you go to Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, New Orleans, if you go in different places in rural areas, are you still not going to see those trailer homes and people living in their RV? Yes, the fuck you are.
You can come here and go to Walmart. And these people
I'm not even done. Why can't those people get out of those damn trailer homes and RVs in those communities? Because his ass too busy traveling back and forth to Russia to go kick it with Putin. Oh no, he too busy throwing parties. No, he too busy grabbing ladies' bottom. Shot, shot. Oh, or could he be conspiring to have people go back up to the Capitol and influence another person to go up to another person and hit their husband over the head with a fucking hammer, like Nancy Pelosi's husband? And then turned around and was like, well, he deserved that. In what world do an old man at 80 years old deserve for an intruder to break in his home and hit his ass upside the head with a motherfucking hammer? In what world? See, he don't even live in the real world for me. That's unacceptable.
My question is when was, because the way they saying it, some of this stuff is they can't use against him, and because he wasn't president. Some of it they can, and so if and with the 34 counts, it might not include some of these people that they talking about, and so the case might be thrown out anyway, and Florida might not go against him anyway. And something about the Nixon case and Reagan, and somehow that's why they didn't go against Reagan or Nixon.
Okay, hold up, because see, now you adding charges. Now the 34,
this is what they said.
34 have already been charged. Now the other stuff you talking about would make the charges to go 36, 37, 34, 35, 36,
37 total.
38 charges for a sitting
37
president.
total, but what they were saying, I don't really know what it was, because you have to pay something to be able to see what they were, right? So according to what they said, but then when you watch the news, because they've been playing it all day, because they made the vote today. I guess they had 3 jurisdictions, and the lower jurisdiction was the one that has to figure out which ones were.
Are we doing this? Are we really doing this?
That's what they said.
34 counts, and we gonna try to make that make sense.
They got to shuffle it out.
I got some smart cousins, Pookie and Ray. They been in jail.
Well, listen, they got to shuffle it out, and they said they probably ain't gonna shuffle out till after the presidency. So I'm not even
sure. The whole thing again is
that's what happened today, because they voted on it. So
yeah, but listen, it didn't matter. 34, we talking about additional counts. He's been convicted of 34 already. How many?
No, that's the 34 he convicted on.
How many convictions does a president of a whole 50 states in every city and everybody in it, does he need for people to be satisfied that he's unfit? How many? How many?
They trying to knock the convictions off. That's what it is. It ain't about.
Okay. Listen. Okay, they're trying to knock the convictions off out of 34. Well, plus the ones he still have, because he's been convicted fully of the 34. Let's be clear.
That's what they trying to wipe off. It ain't no more. Those the ones they trying to wipe off. They're trying to clear those 34 away. That's what this is all about.
How many out of 30 can they really do legally? 15, which would still make his ass have what?
Exactly.
18,
so
19
that's what this is all
felonies.
About. So if half
18,
of them are not
felonies.
If half of them they can't do nothing about because he wasn't president, then the other half they knock away, then he won't have none. Because some of them they can't charge him with because he wasn't president. So if he was
17 felonies is half. You don't think that that's a lot for a sitting president?
If he wasn't president, they can't do nothing about it.
Listen, they won't be able to knock 34 off. Let's just be clear. There's no way.
But the other 34, even if they knock those off, then those are the ones that they asking to expunge or whatever they asking to do. This is what you're going to have to watch the news for, because this is what they voted on. And this is where this other court has to go and cipher through them and figure out which ones is which. So they haven't voted for that part yet.
Hold up, Jay, you can definitely hit the link. Let's talk about it because this is what I was sitting here saying the other day. So now we're talking about President Biden versus Trump, and the question was asked, and I think Sakina asked me that question. I don't like both of them. Which one would I vote for? How about the one with the how about one with morality and integrity? So Jay says President Biden lied at least 16 times to the American people about his knowledge and participation in his family's influence and peddling schemes. So Biden uses his influence for his family. Trump influences a man to break into Nancy Pelosi's house and hit her husband over the head with a hammer. So Trump uses his influence to separate all of those children. They said 100, only 100 didn't find their families. When they came across that border, he put the children in one cage and put the parents in another cage, and then didn't do nothing about these families coming together whatsoever until people were saying, where the hell are the kids? Where the hell are the kids? Okay, so let's keep on going, right? He took them documents and had them in the bathroom closet and in the shower. Okay, so that's old news that he was grabbing the ladies by the cha-cha. Okay, okay, that's old news. But let's throw that up in there too, because I wonder, has Biden ever said anything offensive like that about any race of people? And has Biden ever sit here and grab ladies by the cha-chas? And have Biden ever influenced people to go into the state capitol and tear the shit up? And has Biden, so morality and integrity is at the forefront too, not just your political know-how, not just your political know-how. So I would rather choose the lesser of the two evils. Biden has never put himself out there to be morally unfit, and his integrity, he's not unfit. He used his money to sit here and give his son some legal counsel so that his ass wouldn't go to jail. Wouldn't you, if it was your child? Let's talk about it. But Trump sent his children over to Russia to make shady ass deals with a fucking war criminal. Putin is a criminal.
Well, Biden,
so when we talking about
family being
morality and
charged for a little
integrity,
more than that.
Trump has none. And on top of that, Trump don't even really have political know-how. He just got a bunch of promises that he gonna make a bunch of people who ain't even getting up to work right now. They ain't even getting up. Unemployment is at an all-time high.
Deep. Whatever his charges is, they are deep because you got to pay to see them. But Biden's family is in some swindling kind of, not they, whatever it is.
They have some swindling stuff, but yet when you go to Vegas, it's not Trump Towers no more. So again, we talking about one man. So we talking about Joe Biden, who in all of these years, we never saw him in the papers for real shady shit. All of a sudden for this election, of course, they're going to find all the dirt and they're going to bring the shit up today. But we can find Trump in the paper yesterday. We can find his ass in the news today. And we're going to find his ass in the news tomorrow. But yet somehow the American people feel like he's fit to run 50 states. Again, unemployment is not high because there are no jobs. So many goddamn jobs right now. You remember them thick ass yellow pages, white pages we used to have? You can put all them jobs in there and just go through the list. You on page 5,699 full of fucking jobs that people don't want to get off their ass to go get. So when he is in office, you're trying to tell me people gonna get up and all of a sudden they're gonna sit here and go get a job because Trump's in office? We gonna fill 5 million jobs? Really? Really, people? Is this what we brought to? Not to mention the black lady and her mother. The black lady and her mother Trump had to pay for fucking with them, blackballing her, making sure her community hated her and her daughter. She had to leave the whole damn state in order to sit here and get a brand new life because he lied on her about the ballots. He blamed it on her, put her and her family on blast. And he's sitting here walking with 34 counts that they're trying to appeal and get off his record so he can be president again. And then do what once he don't like shit? Have another rattle, have another bottle. His pamper need to be changed. And that's the kind of president that should be running the whole country. Wow. Make that shit make sense. Make it make sense. His daughters were swindlers. His daughter married a swindler. They went over there and had all type of sidebar deals in Russia. Not to mention that Russia also said that, yes, some of the hackers said, yeah, they did pay us to sit here and meddle in the election. That's what they said. You get mad at somebody, go find them in Russia, the hackers who said, yeah, that did happen. And everybody who had all those phone calls, like the shit was just YouTube, showing text messages of the shit Trump was saying about people. Yeah, he's ugly, he's bald, and he's stupid. Yeah, I said he was stupid, and he's fat too. He's greedy. He does eat a lot. The fuck? I'm just appalled by the behavior of this man, because Pookie and Ray Ray can't do it. They went to jail. Some of them still ain't out of jail for a $5 damn bag of weed.
My question is are the immigrants voting?
Look, Jason, I argue with her ass today.
I know, I started laughing. That's what I was like, is the immigrants voting?
Jay,
at this point, it's the immigrants voting shit. Because when I was in Chicago and I was trying to find a handicap entrance so I could walk up the damn ramp. After I walked the block, I should have walked up the stairs, right? I walked the whole block to get to the handicap ramp. And girl, listen, I pulled up to the the people in the Jeep. And when I asked them, they didn't speak no damn English. So shit, I know you say there's a lot of jobs out here. In a minute, the job application ain't gonna be in English. These niggas better hurry up. Hurry up and get a job. I'm trying to tell you, because the only way you're going to get disability is if you put into it, right? Because it ain't SSI, it's SSDI. That means it come out your check from working. Don't play for yourself for no food. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on, Sakina. Press pause while you saying that. Do you know how many people, and let me let y'all know, if you did not know this, do you know how many people despise workers who pimp out their Social Security number, which is perfectly legal, by the way? You just won't get Social Security, and that person won't be able to do nothing but claim child tax credit for some taxes. They would not be getting the other credit. They won't be able to get the other credit, but they'll be able to get the child care credit. It's slipping my mind right now because I'm whatever. So at any rate, do you know how many people despise people who pimp out their Social Security numbers so that they friends can work, and then they have the nerves to be talking about illegal, but they still come in this mug and be getting jobs? And here it is, we got people who live here and who are legal, who have the audacity to have an opinion about all of these jobs that are still sitting on the board. People don't want to work at McDonald's. People don't want to work for the McDonald Corporation. People don't want to work at Burger King. People don't even want to work at the Burger King Corporation. People don't want to work at the Dairy Queen, and people don't want to work at the Dairy Queen Corporation. What are we saying? Make it make sense. So when the illegals come over here, and sometimes people who are not even illegal, they just haven't got their Social Security card yet, because there are systems that can tell if it's pending. Like, yes, he actually this person did go apply for a real Social Security card, and they're using the I-9 for right now. And so they still have to work. They get up every day and they go to work, and you mad and people get mad because when the Social Security is looked up, you see 2 or 3, sometimes or 4 or 5 6 people using the same social security number. And the systems show that they are working, not sitting on their ass talking about, I don't like the Dairy Queen and I don't like the Dairy Queen Corporation. And people mad about that. But you ain't mad that all these jobs exist and nobody since COVID has got their ass up to go back to work. You ain't mad about that, just like you ain't mad about nothing Trump do. And you ain't mad that we as an American people got all of these available jobs. Nobody won't get their ass up. But when the illegal go get the job, we mad. And when his brother lets him use his social security number for work, we mad. Make that make sense. Make it make sense, people. I don't understand sometimes where our minds be at when it comes to these things. It's almost like, I didn't like that jacket until you had it on. Now I gotta go get me two different colors. I didn't like that car until I saw you driving it. I ain't like that man until you had them. I ain't like that woman until she had them. And I didn't like your job either at the Dairy Queen until I saw an illegal go work there. Nigga, you want some ice cream or fucking not?
But this is what I see. Because I remember, now I'm a little older. So I remember when Calvin used to walk down the street and they be like, look at Calvin. He working at McDonald's. And then the next thing you know, Calvin owned McDonald's. And then the McDonald's was having little double Dutch competitions and sending kids to college. And now McDonald's getting shot up and robbed, and people getting beat up in it. And now people throwing shit out the window.
YouTube click, and it's the best clickbait on YouTube. All them fights inside the McDonald's.
People throwing shit out the window at you and snatching and jumping out the window trying to fight you. And now it's da 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 da. I'll slap you, bitch. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? McDonald's is sometimes, right, they got more old people working in it, right? And they shaking fries because they nervous. Shit, they ain't shaking them because they coming out the damn hot grease. They shaking them because they nervous. And people hollering they order and pull up and be like, no, that ain't what I said. Be like, oh shit, I'm sorry. Did you say cheese? It's that bad. They shutting down restaurants because people do not know how to be customer service restaurant. You know what I'm saying? And they don't know how to respect people no more. People don't understand, right?
Don't know how to respect nobody no more.
Oh, wait a minute. Exactly. And so this is part of the problem, right? Everything is now your job when it's really their job, right? And this is not how it's supposed to be, right? And you saw a lot of it during COVID. Right? When people was overly stressed because people were taking advantage of COVID and just calling in COVID because they knew they could get paid and not work. So exactly, that's some of what you're saying, and it's a little more because people play into anything to get paid, right?
Anything. Anything.
So
we don't want him over there. And the new thing is we don't want him over here getting our jobs. You see how dangerous they are? It's like,
I only want to be fair because they was tearing up the streets and beating the police ass, and they wasn't going to jail either. Now, damn it, when do we get to stop? Now, as a Black woman, I know our ancestors was getting sprayed down with hoses and whooped with all kind of billy clubs and iron, all kind of stuff. And when one way I felt good to see police get their ass whooped, but on the same time I felt like this is a damn shame, so I don't know. But welcome to the panel, Nephew. How you been doing?
I thought I heard somebody in the background because I can't see him, so I can only just hear. So I thought I heard somebody giggle. I thought that was you, somebody in your house, Sakina, and that was actually Jay.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Jay. I know we back from vacation now. We back.
I don't want the fake "Hey Jay" with the fake smile. I don't like that.
I don't like that. You do that to everybody else. Just give me the real, hey, how you doing?
How you know? How you know? How you gonna speak for me? Every time I see you, I smile like this.
Cause I'm different. All right, I'm different. You do that with everybody. But
I
anyway,
listen. No, I'll be actually happy to see you because I do.
you damn
I
right.
do.
Anyway,
Listen, when me and Sakina was out, we talk about you every damn day. So don't even do that. Okay. We talk about you like you was our like you real family.
because I
He
am.
is real family. That
Thank
is
you.
my
We like
nephew.
where Jay at? Jay man, Jay on what's that shit you be playing?
I'm playing my video
Um
game. That's what I'm doing.
He whooping ass
yeah.
on that video game.
But yeah, because I'm
Assassins.
like,
Creed Assassins. That's what it is. Creed Assassins.
yeah, ain't no point being up here on YouTube arguing with people that's making shit up. I'm not doing
Yeah,
that.
Oh,
yeah.
which part is made up? Which part is made up? Since
Oh,
you
you
want to
want?
go
I
there.
could talk
Since
about
you
it. I'm gonna talk
started
about.
early, let's get
I'm
the
gonna talk about it.
party cracking.
All right.
White
If
don't
we're
Okay.
gonna
know.
talk about it, if we're gonna talk about it, I'm gonna just say it.
Bow.
The whole Indian thing's made up. But if the
Ooh,
Indian thing is
facts,
made up, then
facts.
I don't want to see no one on HOK coming at the Indians because I still haven't seen us directly linked to Egyptians yet. So if we're gonna come at the Indians, then we can't be claiming Egyptian either. So I scratched the Indians off, I scratched the Abos off. The Moors, I understand it, but those were North African Arabs. I scratched that off. I think all of it is one and the same personally. That's just me. And everyone skips over the west of Africa, besides the Hebrew Israelites. They actually go there. But you can also make the argument that that's made up because it's biblical mythology. So I think black
Okay.
people are doing a lot of dancing with, where we come from and identities, but everyone always skips right over Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal. Me personally, I know I'm West African because my family come from Cape Verde. So if anyone want to
I can
argue
agree with
what
that.
type of West African, I know my family's from Cape Verde. So I'm a West African descendant, 100%. I'm not confused about that. But that's just how I feel. That's just me.
No. Stay right there, though. No, we gonna talk about it. Yeah, everything you mentioned, except Egypt, is absolutely correct because at least with Egypt, right? They left culture, they left language, they left artifacts, they left things that we can see with our physical eye. There is so much shit that has been pillaged from that particular time period that is not even funny. Now, when it comes to the Christians that you mentioned, the Hebrew Israelites, I have yet to see any tombs of anybody, and they got 5 pieces of artifacts that they have, including some spoon, and a couple of cups that they don't even know who, really where it came from. Besides that, that's all they really have, right? And then we're sitting talking about the Aboriginals. Now, the Native Americans have artifacts, they have a culture, they have a language, they have everything that they need, right, to put them in a time period of history, whether it's new history, a new time period 3,000 years ago, 1,300 years ago, whichever anybody want to sit and say, they actually have things and people and places where you can link them back to some parts of history. Okay. Then you have Aboriginals, who the only part in history that they've been able to link is bits and pieces of what they culturally appropriate. So if they stealing it from your ass, then they literally just don't exist. Right? Because by the time they talk about Tupac is Indian, so that all them songs is Aboriginal songs. Wait, what?
All right, let me bite into this just a little bit. Now, fire is the Kemet and the metal netter and the hieroglyphics and all of that. That's true. But to add on to it, anything other than that is the religion, and that's just regions of living. Now, again, Kemet is a principality, which was just a way of life. Again, everything else just said it was in Egypt. We weren't about a color or in an area or in all of this other stuff. It really didn't have anything to do with it. And that's where everybody's stricken and stuck on. Instead of worrying about Egypt changed the name of a place, which was still in Africa. If we
No
stay
matter what. Thank you. At the
exactly.
end of the day,
So at the
motherfuckers
end of the
still
day, you
there.
still are in Africa, even
Fact.
though nobody's worrying about when you get to Iraq or what is it called, Israel. You ain't thinking about you still in Africa, but y'all
Still in there.
all be fooled thinking you in Israel, but Israel
Thank
is in
you.
Africa. But nobody thinks about that. But you say you're Muslim all damn day, so we ain't gonna
All
say
day.
nothing else about that.
You ain't
So
African, you Middle Eastern. Wait,
you see
ain't
what I'm
that
saying?
country
Wait,
right
but you're
dead
still in
smack in the middle
Africa.
of Africa? Yes,
Okay,
it
but we
is.
ain't gonna say nothing about that. We're gonna still be fooled with the foolery
With
because
the
again,
foolery.
religion is a region of living, but that we're gonna talk about a culture and then we're gonna be fooling somebody because we talking about the Uranus of them damn asses. You see what I'm saying? And so again, it depends on the Husa, but I don't know what religion you in, right? So if you're in spirituality, you're golfing. And that way you'll be in all of the religions. And then you can't say who lying, because it's a little truth in all of it. Right? And then you just take a notebook and a pen and just say, okay. Because when they break down a religion, you'll teach yours to your people your way. And they're gonna teach it to their people their way. Right? And then you can't say who right and who wrong. But if you find some of it correlates and in some kind of way that circulates. That's what gossip do.
For me,
Mm.
for me, there is no difference between a Moor and
Exactly.
a Moor and an Aboriginal. There's no difference between a Kemetic and an Aboriginal. There's no difference between whatever and an Aboriginal, because essentially these people that are claiming these identities, they cannot show direct descent from any of these identities. So for example,
Exactly. And have you ever heard me say that I'm both and they get mad at that? And at the same time, if I can't be both, then you damn sure can't be one. Is that
now listen,
always my
listen to what I'm
Jay?
saying. No, follow what I'm
Yeah, but
saying.
yeah, because he's saying we're not able to tie any direct descendancy to to Egypt
These
or
identities.
to Kemet identities, right? To
Right.
Kemet or
So
to
the
Egypt
rhetoric behind it.
or to the Aboriginals. But Jay, you do
Hold on, let me
realize
finish.
that we
Let me
have
finish.
never, hold on, we have never tried to take Kemet and say, all y'all belong to sit here. All y'all belong to Kemet, and the people who actually live in Kemet, they are fake engineered, socially engineered, and fake, and
That
they
is
were
that's
created, and they were created
no,
this way.
no, Gemini. That's not true. That's actually exactly what y'all do. Not y'all, but I'm saying the Cometics. They do this. What the Cometics do to the people that live there now is the same thing that the internet Indians do to the Native Americans. They make it seem as though the people who live there are transplants when it's not true. And I only know that from studying modern Egyptian history, right? Because a lot of people don't study contemporary Egyptian history in the last 100 years. I did that. Those people you see there, they didn't just show up there. Yes, there are different groups that came in, but I was able to identify those different groups that came in. I know what the Ottoman Turks look like and who they are. I know who the X, Y, and Z look like and who they are. But there are people there that get called Arabs as if they're from Arabia when they've been there for thousands of years. But Comedics will say, those are Arabs, they just got there, they're transplants. That is Aboriginal rhetoric. It's the
No,
same.
yeah,
It's
that's
the
crazy.
it's the
Now,
same
Now, I
thought
have not
process.
heard no Kemetic people
I've
say
never heard that either.
say
Oh,
that,
stop.
but because the people who are saying that were regular people, not necessarily people from Kemet. Because because if that was the case, then I would have to sit and say that too, that those lighter skinned Egyptians that are there now, maybe some of them could be descendants, right? And maybe some are not. Some are culturally appropriating, right? I mean, and I would totally agree with that across
You
the
know,
board because
you know
we
who I
forget
think.
that people are
I've
ignorant to
met two
history
Egyptians
in
myself.
general.
You
No,
know who I
no,
think got it right.
listen to my point of what I'm
Out
saying.
of
Hold on.
everybody I've seen on YouTube, there's only one person who I think is closest to on point than anybody, and it's Chief X.
Oh, that is ridiculous. That is absolutely, and he gonna love you so much for that. Shout out to RTG. Right on. Right on.
The
No,
closest one.
no,
the
people,
closest one.
no. Here's what it is. We give other people too credit thinking that they know a history that they do not know themselves. All over the world, all over this globe, there are people ignorant to their own damn history. There are people ignorant here and there are people ignorant there. So I'm not the person to take other people's history face value because they don't know either. Because then don't forget, the shit all started orally anyways. My grandmama told me I was Indian. Shit like that. That's not actual history. That's not, although you may love and respect your grandma, and nobody would never sit here and talk shit to their grandma. But she did not know. She only had a motherfucking 8th grade education, if that. So, and she didn't even care about none of that in the first place because her struggles were very different. So education was not high on her list of shit to do when she's starving trying to feed a bunch of kids. So we not gonna sit here and act like when you go all over the world, there's not poverty. And when you
Unless
ask
they from
people who live
Florida.
in poverty about their history, let's not pretend like they know.
Unless they from Florida.
What the
Or
Florida got to do with it?
North or South Carolina.
Oh, the South.
They
Sakina got an
always
issue
been there.
with the North and the South thing.
They always been there, and so have they monkeys.
Mercy. At any rate, you know, we give people too much credit like we normally do for all types of misinformation. And we never give ourselves any damn credit for who we saying we actually we are in our own damn history. Right? We'll let somebody write it and rewrite it, and then we'll get mad hundreds of years and generations later. You know, this is not that. The world is more savvy these days, and we can get a lot more history with the research. And not to say that we're going to sit here, that we can insert ourselves, because we know we are West African. We know that the transatlantic, right, is real. We know how we got over here for those who subscribe to being African American. We know how we got here. For us, there is no cloudy or no fuzziness in that. The fuzziness comes when people are trying to say, nah, you're not even African. You are straight up Aboriginal. You're not even Native American.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
You're Aboriginal.
Is the way you all are choosing to identify based off of a bloodline descent, or is it an ideology based off of color, like being black? Or is it based off of geography, being African? Like, what is the way that you're choosing to identify?
No, a descent, period. Because, and I don't have a problem with saying black, because you got people who identify themselves as red. You got people who identify themselves as yellow. So if I identify myself as black, what the hell is the problem with that? That's not exactly an issue, because people identify themselves by colors and groups all day long. So that's not the issue. But a descendant, absolutely, a descendancy absolutely is everything, right? I think
stop
that
right there. So are you able to make the connection of your descent or your ancestors in Egypt?
No, I have not. I have not. I have not even done the DNA test. But for me, I'm not that interested, because I'm not the one going around saying I'm not African. That is ludicrous. That is never a thought in my mind from the moment I seen my black face. I never, ever had a problem with being African. I'm African all day. I would prefer to say I'm African over even being saying that I'm an American. I'm Black American. I like the term African American because it has the word African in there. I don't have a problem.
Me too. I like it too. Yeah, I like it too.
You see what I'm saying? So it identifies me correctly, and I don't know about everybody else.
All I was saying is I've seen groups on YouTube that identify with Kemeticism or Kemetic going at these other groups, and I'm just like,
the same scrutiny you have for these other groups applies to you. These other people cannot prove their descent from an Indian or more, but neither have I seen almost any Black American prove their descendancy from an ancient Egyptian.
That now you are correct, but it's okay, because if I'm going to identify with anything, I'm gonna identify with the greatness of greats, because that's what I think about myself. Now, whether or not that is true, I don't know, because I cannot pinpoint that. But to myself and in my mind, if I'm identifying with an Egyptian culture, with a Kemetic culture, with ancient African spirituality, I'm going to make sure that it's the highest of high. Because why in the world would I sit here and associate myself with the lowest of the low? That's not going to happen. I don't think that about myself. I don't think that for you. And I don't think that for her. And on top of that, I love the spiritual practices of my yacht. So if I'm going to subscribe to anything, it is going to be that. That's a personal choice. And I don't care
Okay,
what
so
nobody
was.
it's
about how
religion.
great they
Exactly. It's just,
civilization is
and
that
that's
they
all
come
it
from.
is.
It's
just
in Africa. I'm from Africa. It's in Africa, and I'm from Africa. So the region, the locality, all that is right on time. And
Okay,
if I
so it's a
knew,
geographical thing then. It's a geographical.
it's no
it's
more
totally
Okay.
a
than an
geographical
American
thing.
history story. What is the problem with that? It's the same American history story. It's not a gospel story. It's nothing more than a history story. The Kemetic practice is no more than an African cultural practice. It's a principality. It's not what, I don't get that. You're only learning history, Africana history.
That's
Jabari
it.
only teaches that. The Kemetic practices are only a principle for yourself.
Thank you. And we subscribe to
If
the
you
higher
taking
thought
it more than
process.
that, then if you can't be accountable for self, you have a problem with that. You're judging somebody on being responsible for yourself. Anything I tell you is something I practice for myself. Anything I tell my children, I make them as the same thing I do for myself. If I'm being judged on that, that's all.
Okay, all right, I give the Kemetics a little bit more leniency than an Abel, because at least the Kemetics are African. All right, I give y'all a leg up on the Abels.
And their history is real. And their history is real. These are a real existing ass people. It's not fantasy. The stories are different though. Hold up, because this is what separates. So what Sakina's been saying all night about this. The stories, which is the religion, is separate from the people and how they lived and what they did and what they subscribed to every single day. That's two different things. You see what I'm saying? So the stories, because we know people are walking around with half animal, half human body. That would be ridiculous. But you would never find nobody who subscribes to Kemet will ever tell you that part is not the mythology, because stories were always created for your journey, right? They were created so that your mind can imagine, take your, so that you can kind of like be out of yourself to imagine these things on what could happen, dealing with right and wrong, dealing with morality, dealing with integrity, having self-control, having self-discipline. So you have these stories and you have them in every single culture for a reason. Every single culture. You have creation story for a reason. You have, going to hell, or how people were made. People, you were made from dirt, you were made from the clay, from the potter's wheel, all kinds of things for a reason.
My only problem is though, is like when I ask you that question, what is the best way to identify? How do you identify? Is it geography? Is it color? Or is it descent? When we then say geography, and then we look at Africa and we see white Africans, do they qualify to being a part of African culture?
Well, if I put it this way, if my name is LaShawn, but if you call me Gemini, will I not answer? I'm one and the same people, right? So, but if my mom was 9 months pregnant and we were driving to Minnesota and had a child from Minnesota and she was born in Minnesota, is she really Minnesotian, or was she just born there? So you got a lot of people who are just born there, and don't forget they done already created their own culture, because they really can't go too much further out of South Africa than where they want to be, because they're still not accepted worldwide over there, right? Countrywide or continent wide over there. So they create their little pockets of people and have generations of people to monitor some of their wealth, to monitor some of their real estate, to monitor some of their resources and things that they have over there. A lot of people live in places where they're just monitors of certain things. And if they happen to have a family that grew up there, they can. It doesn't mean that they understand the African culture and want to eat collard greens and shit like that because they were born there. No, that doesn't happen. That's not the way that goes. People are born all over the place. It doesn't mean that they are a piece of that fabric because they were born there. They all of a sudden instantly get history, instantly get culture.
I don't
I'm
think
instantly their cousin. I don't think so. I think
see, I wouldn't even use the word African at this point because our people are so spread out all across the world that to label them just by geography now is very difficult. I think it's easier to just go by Black. African American is a very specific group that only applies to us, even though we got Black people all across the world. But
Agreed.
what I see is that other groups of people, they have a story that connects them to each other and to a land. So for example, if you think of the Arabs and the Jews who are fighting right now, they both claim they come from Abraham, and Abraham had 2 sons, and from those 2 sons descends the Arabs and the Jews. And they connect themselves through that descent to a landmass, and now they're fighting over it or whatever. But when it comes to our people, we really don't have a way to bind together. We separate ourselves in so many different ways. We separate and divide. We don't even have a common story. We can't agree on the slave. Like,
we do have a common story, but we don't like that shit. I don't want to be sitting here saying, because our common story is here in the Americas. Let's be clear about that. We are African American people born here at this point, 400 years. We have generations in this mug. We have some stock and we have some skin in the game. So if we really wanted to sit here and be honest, we would simply sit and say what binds us here and connects us here. We are a piece of this fabric. We have family here. We have friends here. We have culture here. We have a lot of things that we can sit here and claim in the Americas as our own. However, we just can't go no further because we have a blip in history, right? And I wouldn't call it a blip. I'm going to take that word back, not even a blip, but there is a piece of history where we are traveling from one continent to another continent, against our will. We have generations of people here now. I don't think it's important to know where you came from, because that would mean if you knew where we actually come from, that means you know where mankind actually started. Who the fuck knows when mankind actually started? That's the age-old adage, age-old question people been trying to figure out for as long as this earth been around. Who was the very first man? Who was the very first woman? Why were people created? How did we get here? And for what purpose? Can you answer them questions? No. And we live and people live all over the globe and still can't even figure that out. So why is it so important? I need to figure out exactly where I come from when we can't even solve that. We don't even know where we come from as a humanity of people.
Well, that's
humanity in general. But then you want to sit here and lay down on me. Hey, you were stolen. Where were you stolen from? Like they really gonna tell your ass where the fuck you from after doing some shit like that in the first place.
Yeah, but
what are we talking about?
You just
what are we talking about? If I steal your baby out of the hospital, am I not gonna make sure, ironclad, although some people are stupid, for you to never find out that I stole you and who your real parents are? Let's be real about what people actually gonna be real. People do some outrageous, scandalous things. They're gonna burn those libraries after they take over your city and town where you live at, take over your country. They're gonna burn all the goddamn libraries. They're gonna bomb all the goddamn hospitals, and they're gonna make sure you never find out who you are as a people. And it's okay, because we don't even know how we got here. We're on a sphere circling around on this damn axis, And people can't even go that high up in the air without oxygen because they'll die. So we can't even sit here and really understand and get a grasp of basic shit on this planet, but yet still you're gonna lay down on me. Where do you come from? Nigga, where do we all come from? Let's just be real. Let's just be real. Without $1 million equipment, you can't even go your ass that high up in the sky, and you can't even go your ass that down below. Why are we here? What is our purpose? What were people actually created to do? For whose purposes? This is a construct. So what's the real? Who's the man behind this mirror? Who's the man that decided we were all going to be divided into races and we were going to all sit here and live like this? Because I don't recall having to stay in the shit. Did you? I know my parents didn't sit and say, hey, put me here and let my life be like this. I'm just trying to figure out, when do we get actually realistic about the things we know, the things we don't know? When is it okay to let some of that go? When is it okay to let it go? You don't know where you come from, for real, for real. It's okay. It's okay. We ain't got to know. We don't know. We don't have to know. It's not a prerequisite for anything. I have a job. I make my own money. I take care of my own family. Feed my kids. Everybody is healthy, wealthy, and wise. That's the only prerequisite I have, is to make sure that all of that else.
Yeah, but that's a micro perspective where you just only focus on yourself, when in totality your group of people is suffering. But I don't know. I'm not really...
No, take that back, because my group of people are here with me. We're all suffering, not
That's
just
what I said.
me. And I don't live on this planet by myself. So to say micro and to sit and say, I shouldn't care about me. No, I care about everybody, but then I should care about me too. And caring about me, it should be first priority. And making sure that, that my kids know the family that you do know, which are here in the United States. It's okay that all the family we know is here. My family, I can trace my family back to Maryland, the Dorseys in Maryland, picking it in the tobacco fields, and then say, hey, we came on across to Louisiana like everybody else family did, somewhere in the South, right? Somewhere when they had all the domestic slaves, and when domestic slavery was a thing, right? It's okay. It's okay that I can only trace my family to these 50 little funky states. It's all good. It's all good. And if I want to sit here and place myself and sit and say, okay, I feel like I am greater than this. What is another great nation in Africa? West Africa would be the greatest, because that is, I absolutely believe that. That's where they took us from. That's where our history started. That's where we started as a people. I'm good with that. But then what else out there? What else? What is there more? Yeah, there is more in the stories reflected on the walls over in Kemet. What is greater than that? We don't know, because we don't even know how mankind got started in the first place. So that would be the greatest thing to try for, to figure out where mankind came from and what type of construct is this that we living in the first damn place.
Right, because after the Kemet history, then the only thing you have left is our American history, but that just gave a history of that. Anything else, we would have to rely on the Africans to tell us about some Black history, but it wouldn't be our Black history. Our next level of Black history begins in slavery. You see what I'm saying? So anything,
and shit people don't want to talk about, because remember, we Welsh.
So, again, you see what I'm saying? So that was the greatest thing to let us know in Africa, that those kings and pharaohs and that 300-year dynasty of kings and pharaoh were Black people. And that was the best thing for us to say. Why is that? Because it was in Africa. And to say that alone, no matter how these people or the new people or the mixed people or whatever, Africa is freaking Africa, period. And so now that it is, if 3/4 of Africa is this, right, dominant in color, then if it's that way now, 3,000, 10,000, 40,000 years back, what are we saying? You know what I'm saying? You can't make it up, right? Because if they didn't paled out now, what are we saying?
What are we saying?
So I'm not
What are we
saying
saying?
anything. I'm just saying we're gonna think
No,
smarter
not
than
you. I'm piggybacking off of what you're saying. Yeah.
okay. So now we are where we are, but now we can't say I can't see it that far back. Well, before we got into color TV, it was black and white. And the truth is always in the gray area. So, right, that way you don't really have to judge, you just have to see, right? And they making TVs bigger and bigger, and they call them spectrum, right? So you can really get to see, so much so that you don't really have to have your peripheral vision, right? Your spectrum just got to be right, because you used to have 20/20 vision, right? But now they're gonna blow your sockets. Get ready. So we thinking smarter, not harder. We connecting dots. I'm not trying to make nobody no liar. I'm just trying to see the truth. And so far, everything that I found out to be true has been a lie. And I just turned 58.
Oh, happy birthday. My bad. When did you turn 58?
In May.
In May.
In May.
And I turned 51 last month in June.
Come on.
Uh-oh.
Come on. So all we
Not
trying
you
to
being
do,
51, Gemini.
you see, so this is all it is. So for these people to be in Africa and to be pharaohs, and then for us to come from Africa to America as slaves, that is our only two places that we know. Now, any of us like you that have the Dominican part, that's fine. And for those who say they are from America's Indians, okay, but at the end of the day, being truthful, you can't say that to the state or the government. And for those who have cards, don't have land, don't receive checks with they made up names.
With a 501c3.
And you know that for your SELF, except for the ones who's always been here, South Carolina and Florida. And they have a monkey problem because they monkeys have always been here. But yet, just like Africa and that story of the evolution, they cannot say that they may not have evolved from monkeys because they've always been there, and so have their monkeys. They have a monkey problem. So much so their monkeys are knocking on their doors, jumping on their houses. They're beginning to stop traffic. It's looking like it is over there in
Indonesia someplace.
There you go. It ain't as bad, but it's up and coming. So, you know, yeah. And they were the ones with the green monkey, so it wasn't even green.
I mean, and so listen, it's not okay to not accept our history here and then accept our history someplace else, right? Because again, we've been here for a long time, so we have actual history here. We actually can lay claim to this land that we're living in. However, some of us want to get to the bottom of where we come from as a people. DNA has provided a lot of answers. And yet again, some of us forget that we live in a construct created by someone else, and we are all here as a people. Again, you can't go too high in the air, you can't go too down far to the bottom. We can't really we're not off of this planet. We are here for some reason. people have not discovered that reason yet. You got all kind of stories out there sitting here talking about the creation of people, the creation of mankind, when they don't know themselves. They don't know that. They don't know that. All we know is we wake up every day and we're here in this construct. So like she said, putting the dots together each year, I think we get a little bit closer and we find out a little bit more about ourselves. And that's a good thing, because then, sooner or later, whether it's in my time, your children's time, whoever's time, one day the truth is going to become apparent to who created us, why we're here, why did you take these people off this continent?
Yes.
What were the tribes of people in an exact manner? And trust me, all truth is going to come to the light. I truly, truly believe that. But if we want to sit here and subscribe to, to the Kemetic practices, though, that is something different. That's a personal choice. That suits me a whole lot better than, believing in a and a sky god coming out the clouds looking like Caesar on some white horses, some trumpets blowing, and the whole world is coming to an end. Because you got a lot of people that cannot wait for the world to be destroyed. This earth is not going to be destroyed. It was never destroyed before, and it ain't going to be destroyed after long. We're going to always be recycling, because this earth and the way it's positioned, where it's positioned at, is prime, what we would call on this earth, prime real estate. We are suited in the best place in the solar system. Yes. This is why we get a chance to sit here and think we're kings and queens, as we should, because look at us. We are positioned perfectly. There may be multiverses and things like that, but we don't know that for sure. We can only be sure of the one life and the one death that you charge with here. All we know is we have lived once, we're going to die once. If we recycle back and come back, we don't know that until we die. We don't know that. So trying to sit here and find answers to some of these old questions, we'll never know the absolute truth, but we all have opinions about it. And that's what you see on YouTube. Opinions and people's best guess, best assumption, even with history, even with experts. It's still an assumption, because we don't know that. We don't even know who the real construct creator is. Is it the Rothschilds? Is it the Illuminati? Is it we don't know. People best guess, these families is running the world. We don't know that. You ain't never seen them people. We don't know nothing about them people. We don't know nothing about them people.
Not at all.
We don't know that.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. I love you. And you need an aromatherapy candle always. I got so many. One, even my favorite coffee, if I can't drink it, I burn it and light it. But listen, I'm going to burn this candle right now. Right? It's got 3 wicks in it. One for you, one for me, one for Jim.
One for Jay, one for me, one for you, one for Jay.
Right? And it smells so wonderful. Right? This one is love. Let me light this one more again. And see, you got to buy a lighter like this, the big boy. That way you don't burn your nails, you don't burn your finger, you don't burn yourself. Right? And it's aromatherapy, right? Now, the good part about these candles is you can put this one. Look, see how it glows. You got back up for your burn yourself. You gotta you can put this one in when you take your bath, and you don't even have to turn on the light. See, this is good for the summer solstice. It's good for the winter solstice, right? Because you don't have to use lights. It's about energy saving, right? And you turn your little music on. You know what I'm saying? You make your little bath, however you want to do it. Call it what you want to. Spiritual, manpower, whatever. Hot soaking bath. Get in there and burn you a candle. Listen to some music that's going to calm you down and get your energy back. Right? This is principles. These are things that you need to do for you. Just like going to work out, when you relax. This is what your home is all about. This is what you build your home for, to relax, for your peace. for your balance, your tranquility. Just because you recite the 42 versions of my eye is just saying what you have and haven't done. Your intents, willingly, not trying to hurt nobody and doing nothing wrong. Have you done that? When you saying the 42 as you walk out, when you wake up in the morning, you're saying I will not, and when you come in, you say you have not before you go to bed. And the ones that you have done, then those are the ones you need to work on, right? Manifesting is only saying that you putting in action to the things that you're saying that you not doing. That's what manifestation is. So if you letting somebody else say the who's on you, saying that all you saying this, all you doing that, that's them judging you. It depends on who said it. Somebody tell you something and you'll say, oh, I didn't, whatever, because they might be your friend and they play all the time. Then you'll go pay somebody $60, $75 and they tell you the same thing that your so-called dumbass friend told you. And you paid them $75 and they told you the same thing. Who's the dumbass fool for real? It depends on the whosa. And you read the King JV or you read the Muslim book or you reading this book and that ain't even your Bible. So sometimes you need to pay attention because the smartest person in the world is dumb. That's the easiest thing we do. So sometimes you gotta put that religion to the side. Just bring a pen and paper and take some notes. People quick to call somebody else a lie. We quick to say, he ain't no better than me. That's fine. But can you say you ain't no better than him?
Mm-hmm.
Can you say, I don't know? That's all fine and dandy. Because, see, I see a lot of stuff in Kemet that I see with the Abos. I see a lot of stuff with the Hebrews and the Nazarites and the Nazarites and the Israelites and the Haphites and the, right? And that's why I can't argue with it. But sometimes when you come against it, I have a problem. Because that's not right. That's all. That's all. But other than that, no. Because I see the same things. I've seen, I've read how one walked through, a Muslim walked all the way through to get to the mountains and dealing with these people right here. Well, I can't think of what their names is. Dealing with the 14 rituals in the Hinduism, right? So he walked through and met with some Hindus, and he came back and met through with some Hindus, and somewhere or another, he got a name from them, and he was the same priest.
Hold on, y'all.
That was a Muslim priest, the same Muslim priest that the Moors judged. See, this is some of the stuff that, like I said, my North Carolina stuff. But yeah, because when I was going through my Hinduism stuff, right? Because them 14 rituals in Hinduism, some of those are lakes, some of those are, all of them lead to the mountains. All of them lead to like Y2K, Mount Everest, all through those, because you got some wonderful maps. And so all of them go through all of that stuff, Jay. Some of those areas, and they go through your maps where the waters and all those things have changed. So that's why I told you got some good, wonderful maps and stuff that you have.
I hear you. I'm just reading.
Yeah, so that's what I really like about your research. You know, it really kind of bothered me that we talked about that the other day, because I felt your discouragement. You know, it did, honestly. I felt it, and it hurt me kind of. I was like, damn. Cause I remember feeling that way one time. I said, we ain't nothing but niggas. That's all we. But that's how I was feeling, and and that's how I felt like you felt like. What I'm saying, like you too young to be feeling that way.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that are my elders online that are cosplaying different identities. So if I'm younger
Yeah.
and I can see that, and True is younger, he can see that. He don't want to bother with it. I told True the other day, I'm like, yo, you got OTK's number? He's like, yeah, I think so. I'm like, call him. He's like, man, I'm not wasting my time calling him. So that's
Oh,
how some people feel. Like we wait is a waste of time.
let me tell you something. I was in Wisconsin, and OTK pulled up a lady from the UTs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The UTs. And how to introduce them to the UTs, because they didn't know nothing about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now he done found somebody from the UT. She gave him 2 videos, and they was and I came on and I congratulated him. You know what I'm saying? For even going that far and getting that deep. So she introduced them and told them how they moved to the South, or no, she told them how they were mixed with Indian Mexicans, right? And said how they got treated wrong. Okay. And so she did a whole video about how those native Indians were treated wrong, and going into it or whatever. So as I was just congratulating them, talking about it or whatever. And then I somewhere in the conversation I said something about the American English was a broken English because it was a Queen's language. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. So, Cosmic Cow let me know
Mm-hmm.
that um sign language was the original language,
Okay.
and that they showed a video. Okay, and I said thank you because I didn't know that. I appreciate that. But that was not the spoken language, but we going there. So I ended with that and I said, okay, whatever, whatever. But again, I don't care what Cosmic Cow say, because here go OTK before all that happened and it got deep. It was like, well, how do we know that American English wasn't he said, how do we know that English wasn't American and they just called it English, or they just called it English, this and this and that? What? It was English. It came from England. What are you saying?
It's the
It was the
same thing.
Queen's
Like one, none of them are linguists, so I wouldn't take advice or information from none of them. But
Listen here. Go. Let me finish this and then you can go. They got into it. It went so damn deep. Do you hear me? And they went back and forth. And so we get into this thing with the sign language going back and forth. But listen here. They went into the. I ended it with this. If it was already in America, why didn't they call it Americanish? Like Britain language is called this, and the UK language is called this, Scottish is called this. Why did they call it American English versus English in
right,
English? You see what I'm saying? Why did they do that then? Because it
Right,
was
right.
broken English from England. It was the Queen's language, right? You see what I'm saying?
the
We
other
going
thing too, the other thing with language is it's just like their favorite thing. There's a genealogy to language where you can literally track the branches and the root of the tree. This is how we know this language comes from a particular place and is related to this language family and this family. So they have not shown any of that. They just say They just say English was spoken here because they know they don't speak any indigenous language, so they have to say English. But they're linguists who connect the dots and put the tree together. So I wouldn't listen to anything they say about language personally. I
Listen
just
here, I laugh,
Seeing
but
how they don't speak none, seeing how they don't speak none either. Always telling somebody to sit here and speak a language, and they ass don't know nothing but Ebonics the same way the rest
no,
of
they
it.
didn't speak. They did this.
Like, that is not, yeah. See, Sakina is a fool.
no writing.
No,
So
right?
then he showed me a
No,
coloring book, and I said, I seen all the walls and stuff in Kemet. I done seen enough. Show me where it said. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm looking for the spoken language. You see what I'm saying? He told me, you tell me. Ain't that something?
Mm.
You sound like the Exodus.
He sound like that dude that was on Sinetta yesterday, the other day, talking about some. I live on a reservation where some of them don't speak the language either.
So
okay, so you live in some apartments. What you talking about?
You two
A
represent.
reservation where none of them people know about their own culture. What kind of reservation is this?
Hold on, you two represent Mayat. Is truth a portion of Mayat?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if truth is a portion of Mayat and y'all believe in Mayat, y'all should never associate with anything or anyone that does not promote the truth.
Ooh.
No, let's see. Hold on.
Yeah, we have to get off of YouTube,
Is a
period.
part of
Damn.
Mayat as well.
Hell no, I ain't getting off of YouTube.
No,
Hell no.
is a part of Mayat as well. So
You're
that's
stupid.
not the truth. You see what I'm saying? Isfet is a part of Mayat too. And that's not the truth because you cannot balance with just the truth. You will walk around with a twisted back. Isfet is a part of Mayat. Don't ever think that. How you gonna walk around with one half of a scale? Mayat is balance. Mayat is not just truth, it's balance. It speaks of the truth, but it speaks of balance.
You have to create that balance
Exactly.
by pushing for the truth.
Exactly.
You cannot
By
support
pushing for the truth.
and
That
be
means
about Mayat.
knowing. That means knowing and fulfilling the truth. That means I also
Exactly.
have to see the lies, defeat the lies.
What that means for me, you have to have enough spirituality to discern.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the same. I'm saying the same thing. However, right, my heart has to be as light as a feather. That doesn't mean I don't do wrong.
No, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But hey, man, I just think a lot of stuff is going in the direction that it is because people don't have any principles and they don't stick to any principles. They don't assert any principles. They don't stand on any principles. Therefore, all things go. It's just like a Royal Rumble. So now we got all types of stuff.
And that's the
no accountability, no responsibility.
That's what Black people don't have. None. Black people don't have. I've been saying this. Black people don't. And you got mad at me and called me grandpa because I said this. Black people don't got no principles and standards that we stick to. We don't. I know I'm grandpa for saying that, but it's real.
But not as the collective.
Right. When I see the Arabs got some. The Jews got some. The white people, they got their code. Black people, free for all. Anything goes.
We have a code too. Our code is, hey, we are cool until we're not. That is our code. You talking about also too. We're talking about we're talking about West Africa. You're talking about too. We don't subscribe to the hive mind. We're individualistic, which means we are tribal and we are warring people. So a lot of that is in us. So a lot of times we want to acclimate and we want to sit here and conform to the standards of where we live at. But deep inside of us, we are a warring people, which means that anybody can get this smoke. And that's what we subscribe to.
But in a war, isn't there a winner? We don't have an ideology we don't have an ideology that has won and come out on top. So we warring and we ain't winning a damn thing.
But that's the way of the world. They warring and not winning the damn thing. World War III is right at our footsteps almost every other day, ain't it?
Ooh.
I see a lot of other
so
people.
so society is a warring people. You have people you have some Europeans that are a warring people. You better not even think about taking your different self over there to their damn face talking the same shit you talk over here. That's like, no, where the hell? No,
Are they
you may have
sovereign
came
though?
through the door, but you ain't leaving back.
Do they have sovereignty?
Okay.
Do they have sovereignty though? They're warring, but don't they have sovereignty?
But yet this is not about our sovereignty. This is about what is in us. The reason why we don't have what other people we may say or compare to other people, right? So when you're talking about us as a people, again, we have a lot of rah-rah in us naturally. Right now we have a situation where a Black man don't even like a rah-rah woman when that's where we come from. We're talking about West African when it's matriarchal. The women run every goddamn thing over there in Nigeria, not the men. So then if it's true we have Nigerian DNA and we act the way that we act, we get punished because we live in the Americas and they want us to subscribe to an American type of mindset. They want us to be a docile type of woman, and that's not how we are. We have never been that way, and we don't even come from nothing like that.
But the mistake in that rhetoric is that you're equating American women to Nigerian women. Just because they're women don't mean they're the same.
No, I'm not. I'm equating with they are a matriarchal society, the same way lots of groups were over in Kemet. This is why they don't mind having statues of women over there. It was not just patriarchal.
Do you not?
Their women meant something.
In America,
and I'm saying to you, we
don't have a statue of a woman in America. We don't have a statue of a woman we don't have the Statue of Liberty. We don't literally worship. Hold on. We don't literally worship the image of women. All we do is worship the image of women in America. Dudes bow down to the image of women. This beauty and booty worship. Are you kidding me? Stop.
Oh, come on. No, come on. We're not talking about what we have created as subcultures. You're talking about subcultures now when you're talking about booty, breasts, because that's not what I'm talking about. These people were appreciated for their minds and for their hearts and for their wisdom.
Well, that's principle.
People still went to the mother for wisdom, to the grandmother, to the great grandmother for wisdom every day. And they also upheld the mothers that were in their homes. It's not like today where the subculture don't respect the parents, the grandparents, or anybody elderly. These are subcultures.
So the moral of what you're saying is people without principles don't get respect. So if you're a woman and you don't have principles, you're not going to get respect. If you're Black and y'all without principles, you're not going to get respected. Those people that you're talking about,
right? If I don't have morals about myself and I was a hoe, and you knew you can come see my body, if you knew you could come see my body on Fans Only, and then I came over here and talked all high and mighty, what would you think about that? So forget cultures in this point, right? In this time, in this moment, don't know culture, no race, no anything matters. All that you know and all that you're going to sit and say is, well, wait a minute. How are you over here talking righteously when you show your body on Fans Only? So as an individual person who has female children, then I have to make that a point to raise that type of consciousness in my female children, no matter what culture they come from, because that is what people are going in 2024. People are going to judge you by the things that you do, which has nothing to do with culture or race, geography, or any of those things. These are subcultures that are taken that have grown into
7 days a week.
The latest,
baby, let me roll. You don't wrong. With you, I doubt it. Nothing you can do about it.
What is you over there? What you eating? I got a
listen. You talking about something? If I show my body on the internet, I'm like, baby, let me roll. Let me get you on the phone. When you, I doubt it. What is we talking about?
No, yeah, seriously. And so, we're talking about where we're trying to be a group of people keeping up bits and pieces of the history when the matriarchal person was respected. That is our duty. We are bound to keep some of the bad shit. We are also bound to keep some of the good stuff too about us and about us as a people. Period.
Listen, let me say this. This is why I know I'm both. Because again, they that dude on Sonetta yesterday, peace out to my brother Sonetta. He said that the Abos did homegrown, and so I'm shout out to the homegrown, and so that lets me know because I'm piecing it, and so you got to be full of the peace pipes. So if you're not full of the peace pipe on your Abo side, something wrong with you, because we peaceful people. Right. And so those that's up here keeping up a whole lot of stuff, something wrong. There might be the head honchos, right? And they might be messing with that jalapeno ketchup, right? Because that, hot ketchup is saying something else. So hey, peace out to them. Anyway, and I also know that they misread the meta because there's something else in the translation, right? Or the transition, however they want to say it, tomato, today, tomorrow. But they was saying cannibals, and it was cannabis. And so you can see on the Scorpion palette where Scorpion had a few of them by the hair, and he had a scepter. He was going to bash them in the head. So, just like the Abos, with the peace pipe, they were, give them a little cannabis, and they sit down and, and once they got a little high, try to figure out why they was there with their intent. And one, they was laughing and carrying on and found out why they was really there. They was bashing their heads because, drunk man tell no tales, but neither do the high ones. They get the ha, we came here to rob y'all. And
we know.
Back then they didn't know about that kind of stuff. They said they never came back. They ate them. No, they didn't. They didn't eat them. They defeat them.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about even that word. Okay. So two things I want to sit here and say. First of all, everything that happened to our ancestors in this transatlantic slave trade, as hard of a life as they had, it worked out it worked out for our benefit, right? I always felt like we are the blessed Africans. We are blessed to absolutely be here. We are blessed to sit here and have so many things that other African people right now do not have. And on top of that, we have a semi-dual citizenship. You call us African American, that means they know who we actually are, but we're here, right? So we have full citizenship where we are. And that is fine. I don't exactly have a problem with being an African that is here, because now everything is better. Technology is better. Information is circulating a lot better. We still have, food issues, right? Socioeconomics, we're still struggling with that as a people, but we're not sit here any longer, having to worry about a lot of things day to day. We speak a great language that is universal, pretty much all around the globe. A lot of people want to, be like us, wear their hair like us, have a body like us, things that we do naturally. We have dropped the ball a lot of times, and we have did ourselves a disservice to leave us out of a lot of things in this construct that would benefit us monetarily. I think we've done ourselves a big disservice of that, because, we're passionate people and we get hung up on one thing and we won't let that shit ever go, and we don't build anything else around it. So we are blessed. So when they sit and talk about us, I will not sit here and totally destroy where we come from, because our people paid a price so that we can be a lot freer than they ass were. And I'm thankful for that, because had they not went through that and we were born in their time, we would be sitting here having we would not be on the internet today talking about the little bit that we know about, the little bit of history that they've sit here and allowed us to understand in this construct. Life will be totally different. So I would never discount where we come from. at all. That would be absolutely ludicrous. And if you do not see how you are blessed, this is 2024. Still go to some of these, read about some of these third world countries, read about other places. You will be damn satisfied that you are here and not there. And we should be here because we have ancestors that paved the way for us to learn how to read and write and do arithmetic. Okay, and understand also the things that are going on around this globe internationally. Some of those things are our job to do. We are supposed to sit here and read more, want more, aspire more. We are supposed to wake up with this fervent within us to help continuing to build the nation that we actually live in. There is nothing wrong with that. So I really, so when it comes to, all this thing, I'm simply saying that if we're talking about paying homage to West Africa, then we're talking about paying homage to a lot of matriarchal built societies. But then when we talk about here in America, having this conversation here, and I say something like that, then it's like, oh, well, wait a minute, you women think this? No, we don't think this. We know some shit. This is why we are like we are. And people will call it today and they will say, oh, Black women will cut up, Black women act up, Black women got smart mouths. Do you realize if this society hadn't changed, you would be sitting here serving the females? You would know that your sister is going to run shit and not your brother. So, but again, we live here in America where this is a Christian society. And in the Bible, it's the other way around. It's patriarchal. They want the man to be in charge, right? It's the man over here that's in charge of every damn thing. And it's not a crime to say that. Everybody will agree and subscribe to that. But the moment we get to talking about matriarchal stuff, then Houston, we have a problem. The minute we try to even get our young people to even understand why women matter in the first place, all of that seems to be going downhill. So I don't know what exactly is going on.
You're missing the mark. See, this is what happens. This is what happens when we get so caught up in this person's phallus versus this person's vagina. I don't give a damn what you got between your legs if you don't stand on certain principles. It could be a woman. It could be I don't care who it is, really. To me, it's principle. It's not matriarchy, patriarchy. When we talk about Black women in America, it's not just because they're Black women. People have an image in their mind that has to do with their conduct. That's what they get scrutinized for. They don't get scrutinized just because they have a vagina. Let's be real.
Do you actually know women from Nigeria? Because I do. And I can tell you that they are way worse than us. I can tell you that living here in the Americas versus being over there, we good. God damn it, we good. No. I know some. I work for some. Listen, I know so many who come from actual Africans who come from a matriarchal state. They don't play that shit. They don't. And I'm talking about in 2024. I know some African women who, oh my God,
but why are we not talking about principles
over here? So it does matter because your generation does not subscribe to that. My generation absolutely does. Matriarchal, patriarchal means any and everything. That's why they founded this whole United States on a Christian principle and not no other God. Come on, let's be real. So you're not going to be able to sit here
you're not being real.
You're not going to be able to minimize a patriarchal and a matriarchal establishment.
You're not being real.
You're not going to be able to do that.
Here's why you're not being real. Because all you're talking about now is just straight up womanism. What I want you to get your mind.
That's your generation.
Hold on.
All y'all do is spin shit and make it. And y'all, hold on. Not only do y'all spin things, y'all have absolutely found a way to disrespect the elderly. This is why they have to work at McDonald's in the first damn place, because the children are not going to sit here and make sure that the parents are taken care of, so they don't have to sit here and work and get that little bitty old check from Social Security. That's your generation with the twist.
That ain't our generation.
Y'all are spit.
It is
Y'all have,
not our generation of
and I blame
politicians
y'all,
who
and
are doing that,
I
man.
blame us. Hold on. I blame us for dropping the ball because you know what? My mother wanted better for me than what she had. I wanted better for my children than what they have. My children would want better. We have dropped this ball so many times because we want comforts over integrity. It doesn't make no sense. I have heard more people on this internet disrespect their parents, disrespect other people's parents, tell people, so what? So what? Look at what they did. Do you know that you didn't have your mother? Your mother had you. And that is, and when we hold to principles that are solid like that, yes, these days we are calling it subscribing to the old school. Because in the old school, those things mattered. This society is the way that it is because a lot of old school ethics does not matter to this generation. Kids that we gave birth to, of people we gave birth to. Ain't that some shit? Why? Because of systemic issues, crack cocaine flooding the neighborhood, destroying the minds of the youth, of the elderly, people, grandparents. When it hit the scene, it destroyed some of everybody's neighborhood. People that were upstanding caused all type of people to sit here and dive into
So
what we are.
let me ask you a
Even
question.
before that, you had heroin on the scene. You have had so many. We have had so many systemic issues coming in between Black America. It's not even funny. So now we're in 2024. Fast forward. Now the kids on the internet will sit here and be so quick to disrespect your mother, so quick to disrespect your father. I had a girl literally sit in my office. The lady came in, this was the other day. Kid you not. She's about, well, no, you may be younger than she is, but she's still, you know, maybe 37, 30, somewhere like that, 36. So the lady comes in, she's a white lady, and she's older. She's older. She's in her 60s, 60, 70, somewhere like that, maybe a little bit. She's in her mid 60s. She comes in, she talks crazy to me. I know she's talking crazy, right? And she asked me to do something. And I went on here and told her, oh, no, it's cool. I'll get it done, right? And so the girl sitting in my office said, who is she? She your boss? What is she talking to you like that for? Da, 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 da. I said, well, no, she's cool. You know, that's Sandy, you know, get up. That's Sandy. I said, that's so-and-so, you know, get off my grass, right? Because that's the way some of the old people get when they get a little older. And but sometimes older people need to be checked. It's the first shit she said. Older people need to be checked. In what world do we check older people? Because they have paid the cost to be the boss, to talk a little shit here and there, talk a little shit to people if they sit here and want to, because they have been there and done all there is to absolutely do. Their time is winding down. They don't have no time for nothing else. They cut straight through the chase. And if you are a person who lives in this society, why don't you understand that elderly people are grumpy and talk shit like your grandparents do? I'm pretty sure some people got grandparents that talk shit. Some people got parents that talk shit. Now, what we look like reacting to every single thing somebody elderly says, and we ready to fight them at 30 something the fuck years old. And what society gives you the right to want to be 30 something years old to check somebody in their 60s and 70s? In what society? So yeah, it matters. Stuff like that matters. We don't have to say, you just got through saying we don't stand on nothing. But yet and still, if we stand on the absolute truth, which is elderly people, yeah, they have earned the right to do a lot of shit that they're doing. It's not personal. It's just life. And if you live to get to be their age, you're gonna see exactly. Oh, and don't wait for wait till you have kids. Oh, yeah. You're gonna pay for their ass. And the moment they turn 16, 17, 18, they're gonna talk so much shit to you. And regardless of how you have treated them, gave birth to them, abortions, we can go and have them, can't have them in certain states, but hey, guess what? We can certainly be waiting 2 and 3 days to kill your ass. We do not have to give birth no more. That's not a prerequisite of life.
Let me say this right
I'm confused. I'm confused about why these 30-something-year-olds always think they can sit here and talk shit to the elderly, disrespect them like they are nobody, disregard their opinions like they should not have one.
Let
And
me
they
say
two
this right
generations
quick.
older than your ass. Ow, Sway.
Let me say this right quick, because I remember one time, you know, I had just turned 50. I was like, I don't think I turned 50, but I think I was close. But I said, oh, you better be glad my mom raised me right, because one of these days it ain't gonna be, a younger woman fighting an older woman. It's gonna be two old two old people fighting. You see what I'm saying? I can't take it no more. You see what I'm saying? You get tired. You know what I'm saying? But now I'm a senior citizen, so you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, because me and my grandson used to sword fight in the garage, right? And he called me old cripple one, and I would call him, the young grandson. And, we would sword fight in the garage, So, and then one day I fell, right? And when I fell, my daughter opened up the garage door and she saw me on the ground and she said, "What I tell you about pushing my mama down?" But that ain't what happened. But I be playing for what it's worth. I was like, oh. I be playing like it's like he was like, nah. He didn't get in trouble now. But anyway, that's what I just wanted to tell you because this shit is going real hard. I love it. Jay, did you want to get in?
Man.
Because you was letting them have it, girl. You was.
Oh my God, girl. Is that the stage way into the next? Jay,
I love you, but you was letting them have it. I just want.
No, I'm making a point when we say we don't care about matriarchal and patriarchal things, and then we have a 30-something-year-old girl like, check the shit out of her. Are you serious right now? We are not a barbaric culture, but I swear we are going back to the barbaric days because what I told her was, I said, she don't bother me. I said, had it been anybody younger than her, I would have checked the shit out of them. You would have never even came up in my office talking crazy to me, just period. Right? But it was her. Her hair is full white. Would I look like attacking her because she said something the way she wanted to sit here and said it? And I just, am I a part of a barbaric culture that I'm so easily offended? Hold on. Am I so easily offended just because some elderly people are sitting here talking crazy and I'm just so far out of touch with reality that I don't understand what's going on? But her and her 30-somethings, oh no, right? She wasn't having that. But guess what? You attack this old lady today, people attack your parents tomorrow that are in their 30-somethings. And let your mom sit and say something to one of these new 30-something-year-olds. And if they sat here and checked the shit out your mother, out your grandmother, then hey, I'm calling them my cousins. We going to go look for them. They just disrespected my mother. They just disrespected see that right there, that comes back full circle. When you don't nip it in the butt, when you don't teach generations of people, and your children, including cousins, nieces, nephews, whomever, when you do not teach them that it does matter, matriarchal, patriarchal, absolutely matters. Because they got to get old one day. They ain't going to stay young. Young is for a moment. Young is for a moment. Young is for a moment. To be 1 year old only takes 12 months. Them 12 months is rolling. From 1 to 16. That's 16 little years. That's what you call microscopic. That's microscopic. From 16 to 22. That's microscopic. As a matter of fact, we only get the chance to live about 100 years. And I'm so happy to see older people on the news every day when I wake up. Somebody done reached 110, 115, 120. Lord, people are living longer. Thank God, right? Because that's the kind of stuff that needs to be respected. That's the kind of stuff right there.
But that's
And
not
Lord, one of
matriarchal or
these new
patriarchal, though.
generation kids cuss out your 102-year-old granny because she decided to sit here and talk a little shit one day.
Gemini, that has nothing to do with matriarchal and patriarchal. You're talking about seniority.
Listen, I'm not talking about seniority because it starts actually when we first started this conversation. I said paying homage. If we really wanted to pay homage to West Africa, we would understand that a lot of countries in West Africa are matriarchal. You state, I don't care if it comes from out of in between whose legs. That's a young person's argument. That's how we got here. Because it does matter. In a lot of places, it matters. Still in 2024. It doesn't matter here where we are. But this is still a patriarchal society. This is not a matriarchal society. They still fight women for becoming even president. So how are you going to tell me it doesn't matter when it absolutely does? Why don't they want a woman in the White House to be an actual president? She can be vice president, but not president.
So here's why. Exactly. See, I agree with that. Exactly. Because instead of just vying for one particular gender, it should be about who's more capable, who's most competent. But what you are promoting is choosing one over the other simply because of their genitalia. I don't believe in that. So
no,
I'm not. Hold on. I spoke for 10 seconds.
Nope, you still said wrong. I'm going to tell you why. Go ahead, finish. But I'm going to tell you why you still stating that wrong.
All right, go ahead. You got it. Let me know when I can speak.
No, you still stating that wrong because
all right, go ahead. You got it.
The conversation was West Africa and paying homage to what they subscribe to. The same way we were paying homage.
No, that was not the conversation.
Hold on. The same way we were paying homage to
now
Egypt,
you're wrong.
Right? But we're not. But you make the argument we were, but we're not Egyptians, right? You make that same argument, and I said, well, if we're going to pay homage to West Africa, then we're going to pay homage to.
Look, she gonna keep talking because I got you now. You're conflating two different things.
To what they subscribe to, and I said some places are still matriarchal. And we still have a problem with Black women here.
Okay, go ahead.
In the United States, and the way that we act when our DNA comes from West Africa, most countries in West Africa are matriarchal. But because we're here in Americas, they subscribe to Christianity. Christian people believe in a patriarchal society. Thus, that's how we got into the conversation. Not that I care about one genitalia or the next. I'm simply making the connection that when we're talking about West Africa and we're talking about Black women,
you can relax.
We are making the connection that most places over there are matriarchal, which means women run shit. That's what I feel.
You can let me get a word in because you know why.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Why? I understand. You don't want Jay to get you. So
you bad.
No.
You really bad. You feeling froggy? Jump.
No.
You know Gemini don't back down from no fight. What's up?
No. I see you want to keep Let me chill. I see you want to keep talking because you don't want me to chime in. So don't worry. No. I'm trying to tell you, you can relax, Gemini. I'm not gonna get you. I was going to, but I'm not. You got it.
Listen, you can't get me because I know what I said and I know what I meant when I was saying it. Now, unless you live with me up in here, you can't tell me what I meant by what I said.
Hold on, I want to talk about where this started with this whole. You were over here worshiping Joe Biden. Why do you worship Joe Biden? Because you only got smoked for Trump.
Joe Biden ain't been his ass in the newspaper for grabbing people by the pussies. That's called integrity and morality.
Right.
All of them bad. Let's be clear. They
There we
come
go.
from when people say that they're all related some kind of way, whether it's by this or that, all the stuff they have to say about the presidents could be more than likely absolutely true. But at least I want a president to stay his ass out of the news with bad integrity and bad morality.
Oh, okay.
Period.
Okay. So do you support Biden's administration sending billions of dollars of weapons to go kill those innocent women and children? Because you're a matriarch to go kill those innocent women and children over there in Palestine. And hold on real quick. If it's not real to you, go on your phone and go look at those babies with bones sticking out their legs and people's heads flattened over there. If it's not real, because you're a matriarch.
So that didn't happen both ways, or that only happened one way? Because this is a two-way fight. A war means two people are fighting. And I do understand that has happened, but that has happened both ways.
You're talking about Trump being a criminal.
This ain't a one-way war.
You're not talking about
a one-way war.
You're talking about Trump being in the news for being a criminal, but you're not talking about what Biden's doing. His administration sending billions of dollars not only over there to the Jews, to Israel, but also over there to Ukraine. While meanwhile, niggas in America is struggling. Okay. Talk about that.
So America has alliances with Israel. I can't do nothing about that. Can you do something about that? You absolutely cannot do anything about that. So wherever we live at, wherever their alliances are, is more than likely a lot of times who they roll with, because they got business there. That's their dog in that fight. That's not our dog in that fight. We may not like a single solitary thing that they are absolutely doing, but we can't do anything about that. But let's bring that fight back in locally. Locally, we can sit here and do things about an obsessive, over-sexualized man running for president.
God. Why are you dumbing this down?
He's over-sexualized. You don't think his wives being beautiful like that, his daughters and sons have to be perfect? Is not over hyper-sexualization, but rap music is. We'll say rap is hyper-sexualized, but then we won't say that Trump is hyper-sexualized. I don't understand
that. You always go very micro into individual.
Was he not all over YouTube and all over the streets, his business about grabbing that leg? Then you had all those other people coming there too. And that was one of the things he actually got indicted for, because that was real. So he got indicted for that. That was real.
So
that wasn't fake or made up.
So it's only real when one of these privileged white men get indicted?
No, it's only real when your business is in the streets like anything else. Because guess what? You could be my neighbor and sell dope, but if I never knew you sold dope because you had your affairs in order, what problem I got with you? But now if you the neighborhood dope man and I see all types of traffic, you got all kinds of shit going on, music, niggas in the street, females, base heads all over the goddamn place. Now I'm gonna call the police on your ass, because now your business is all out there and we don't like that.
I'm just trying to figure out why Biden gets off the hook for all his war crimes and money
is not in the streets. What part of this don't you understand?
And money laundering and all this stuff, but you only focus on Trump as if Biden's not
only know about this because it's an election. So if this man has kept his money laundering to himself all of these years, we don't have no problem, because a lot of bad shit people do, keeping it with the exception of some of that shit. Now, some of that shit behind closed doors or whatever door we ain't going for that. We ain't going for that. We don't care what door's in. We gonna get your ass. But we're talking about general business, general. If you are the type of man, let's say you a kingpin and you kept your affairs in orders, do they not respect you? But let's say you a kingpin and you all over the news and you all over everywhere, your business all out in the streets about what it is that you doing and how you sitting here doing it. You don't think you're gonna be frowned upon by the other partners in your crew and in your clique? You don't think that affects nothing
Yeah,
about how you conduct your
yeah,
business?
yes. When people sit on the internet and want to concern themselves what you're doing with your phallus instead of focusing on what the current president is doing, sending billions of dollars to go flatten entire communities and 40,000 innocent people over there in Gaza. You want to
And
focus on
how
one
they
man's
and so how
penis.
did where the
You
Palestinians
focused
getting
on
their
one
weapons?
man. You
No,
focus
where
on
they
one
getting their
man's
weapons from?
penis
Because you
and not
act as if
billions of dollars
they
that's
ain't
killing
been fighting
innocent
back.
people.
You act as if those are some docile ass people who don't know nothing about war and how to fight. So who is funding them
So you're
exactly?
telling me a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, an infant, and women know about fighting? I thought you were a matriarch, but
Are we really
you
gonna sit
realize?
here?
Hold
Are
on.
we
Do you
really gonna
realize?
take the so now
Hold
you're
on.
talking about micro.
16. No, let's talk the numbers. Do you
Now you're
realize?
talking about
Hold on.
micro, but
Let's
then
talk
we're gonna bring some
statistics.
3 and 4 year
Let's
olds
talk
into a
statistics
war that
because
they
they
can't
matter.
control and
Let's
don't
talk
have no
statistics.
idea about.
Can we talk about the 16,000 children that have been killed since October 7th over there under the administration of Joe Biden, all the billions of dollars in reparations sent over there?
If we could be reborn and you was born over there and as a child and you was just born to some random parents and it happened to be there, then what? Because let's put this in a proper perspective. So kids, any goddamn where being born, whether they're born into poverty or
So you
being
telling me
born
their
with
life don't
food
matter?
in their
Because
mouth,
they Palestinian, their life don't
what are
matter.
kids gonna be doing? What are kids gonna do about that? Not a damn thing. They just happen to be born there. So they're caught in the crossfire.
So you're
Kids are
not going to
always
address
caught
Joe
in the
Biden's
crossfire
role.
of every single thing that we do on the entire globe. What are we talking about?
Do you refuse to address Joe Biden's role in the innocent murders of 40,000 people since October 7th?
I just said to you, this is not a one-way war. So we're not going to act like
So
the
since it's
people
not a
over there in
one-way war,
Palestine do
and I'm
not
giving
have
you
weapons
numbers,
and are not fighting back and are not killing their children
perfect,
too. This is
perfect. So
not a one-way.
perfect.
This is
So
not a one-way war. We're talking about war. What are we talking about? War is war.
okay,
Everybody is
perfect.
a casualty. Every single person is a casualty, the born and the unborn. So
So
Israel is
now
not fighting by itself.
all of a sudden you're not a matriarchist anymore because you don't
No,
care about
no,
those
I
women
am
over
telling
there.
you, no, that has nothing to do with matriarch. That has something to do with what's going on in the whole entire country that people don't have no control over.
How
Because
many
if they
innocent
did,
Jews
it
have
wouldn't have
been?
never started from the beginning if they had that much control. But men are running that, not women. Them people ain't listening to not a single solitary female. Because if
Exactly.
they
So why
did,
don't you got exactly? So why don't you got smoke for Joe Biden then, Miss Matriarch?
why would I have smoke? Why would I have, first of all,
Because
again,
he's in
I think
charge
I've
and he's
answered
running
that
it just
question
like you said.
because his business, hold on. I don't have smoke for Joe Biden because he conducts his business privately as he should, no matter what the fuck that is.
40,000 innocent
He
women
is
and
not,
children.
he is not, he is
40,000.
not all over the news for conduct
He
issues.
has blood on his hands,
People do not,
Gemini.
people don't like his policies and what he stands for. That's what should be sitting here saying about Trump. We don't like
He
his
has blood
policies,
on
but
his hands.
we can't even equate policies with Trump. All
Innocent
we can
babies.
equate with Trump is
Innocent babies.
conduct. Conduct.
What about the babies?
What about the babies? How can
This
are you over
man,
there saving that baby?
this man, this man,
So hold on. So when the
this
commercials
horrible,
come on,
evil
give me your
man,
address, and I'm gonna make sure you fund all of them.
this horrible, evil, patriarchal white man has blood on his hands, and you refuse
They
to hold him accountable.
all do. They all do. All of those patriarchal white men
There we
have
go.
blood on their
There we
hands.
go. That's
All
right.
of them do.
That's all I
But
wanted to
as
hear.
a child, what are you going to do about that exactly? Because you don't decide where you're born to. Otherwise, would no children even be born over there in that place? Period. They're in war right now. Why would a child ever want to be born in some shit like that? They wouldn't. So they don't have much say in that. So we're not gonna keep pulling children in a conversation where they don't belong. They don't belong over there in war, and they don't belong in a conversation where they don't have no say either.
All right, my bad. They don't matter. My fault.
Right? No,
Forget them kids.
no, they absolutely matter. But they don't have a say, do they not? Do they? I ain't heard no child have no say, not here, not nowhere.
You have a say, but you don't want to talk about the innocent 16,000 murdered babies over there in Israel.
Again, that war
Palestine.
is going both ways. So they're not
All right,
fighting themselves.
so you're saying they're going both ways.
And they're not fighting themselves. So the way you describe it, though, you're trying to say the Palestinians are weak, docile people who don't have love.
How many
they don't know how
Jews
to fight
have
back.
been killed
They
over there
just don't
since
let
October.
these white people take over their land because and they basically stupid. Are you calling the Palestinians stupid?
How many Jews have been murdered since October 7th?
Are you calling the Palestinian people stupid?
Because I could count 40,000 innocent women and children. Checked, and 16,000
here. They had children. Weapons of their own. Are you calling the Palestinian people stupid? Yes or no, Jay?
I just want to know what happened to the matriarchy.
Because if I hit you and you hit me back, does that make it fair?
If you hit me and I go and hit your whole, if you hit me and I go bury your entire community, that's not fair.
Some people have attitudes that way. Some people have attitudes that goddamn way. If you touch one of their child, they want to come back for 3 of yours. And that ain't even war. That's just life on the streets. So
Joe Biden got blood on his hands. We talking about Joe Biden.
So when you say when you sit and say, if I hit you and you hit me back, that's being fair. It's the same thing when these people are war. When one drop a bomb, the other one drop the bomb too. It'd be different if they dropped the bomb and they ain't had no bombs to drop back, and all they have sticks and rocks. But these ain't
innocent people don't. Those innocent people don't have bombs to drop back. This is what you don't understand.
And we can say the same on the other side. Them innocent people didn't have not even sticks and rocks to sit here and fight back.
Now tell me,
in the middle of a war too.
I know you don't know the answer, but I implore you.
In a war.
I implore.
Oh, okay. Because
I implore you to do the research and find out the casualties.
That you tell it, and they don't know how to fight back.
When you have time,
they're getting picked on. Is that what you're saying? They're getting picked on.
What I'm saying is, I don't support. Unlike you, GemiNile.
They're getting bullied. Really, Jay?
Unlike
you, Jay?
I'm willing to stand up and say I do not support.
Let's go back to the Ukraine thing. Do you not realize the money that they were giving Ukraine?
40,000 people.
Do you not realize the money that they were giving Ukraine was all the money that they were burning? Instead of burning it, they gave it to Ukraine. Do you not realize where that money came from? That was not money that money was not even in circulation.
You ready for my answer?
That was not even in circulation.
Actually, Sakina wanted to say something. My bad. Go ahead, Sakina.
I went blank.
Oh my gosh, Jay.
This is what I wanted to say. Now, this is what I know. I don't know. I believe this little boy was a Palestinian, and but I don't know. Long story short, he had walked a long bunch of miles, and he was already hungry. And his mother was at home watching his little brother and sister or whatever. And he went to the drop-off area where the plane was supposed to drop off some food. And it didn't, and it dropped off nothing. It dropped off bags of nothing. Like, I don't know what was in it, but it was nothing. And that little boy cried his heart out.
Oh.
Because whatever was in them bags, it was nothing. Like, you know. And
GemiNile don't care.
He had to walk back.
Don't say GemiNile. Don't say GemiNile don't care because if that's the case, then these immigrants that are coming over here, that people are so quick to sit here and send them home on an empty stomach. And we ain't even in war. We got plenty of food to sit here and give people. But y'all want to be hoarders and hoarding for your damn self. Like they gonna give your ass more. They gonna give you ever anything that you ain't went out there and earned. They gonna go tell your ass to earn it.
even with
But
that
yet and still, you
story,
want to be a hoarder and hoard all the food from the immigrants, and it's okay if they get separated from those children because y'all don't care about them children, right? Oh, but the Palestinian children, they're bombing the Israel's children. The Israel's bombing Palestinian. So both children are dying, including the immigrants' children on the border. What are we saying? The same border that your man want to sit here and close. Now we mad because Biden has integrity and he want to open up the border because he see a bunch of poor people. And it's like,
That's the
okay,
only
let they
children
ask.
he's gonna need, though.
We have plenty. We have plenty. We have plenty. And them people sat here and walked for months. But see, build the walls higher, Trump said. Make them out of steel. Make them out of so that they can't get neither that they can come in and they can't go out. So what about them people? What
Them are
about
the
them?
same
What
people.
about them people, Jay?
Them the
The
same
people
people.
right here in your right here in your proximity. They're
Them the
right here. They're
same
right closer to home, and they got children,
But them the same people.
and they got children.
But y'all arguing about the same people. The same people that's at war is the same people coming in. So what are we saying?
They're not from.
Yes, the fuck they are.
Since when and where
Since
and how many?
shit.
The people that are mostly, because the
Read the
people that are
news.
mostly coming over here,
Read
the
the
people are mostly
news.
coming over here
Every one
are
of the
still
ones that
from
they
the
have
Latin, are still from
convicted to
Latin and
send
Hispanic
back,
nations. That's the great majority.
everyone
So
that
it
they
could be a
convicted to
few people.
send
It
back
could be a few, and they
have
do
been
have
from
some asylum.
Palestinians.
No, they
Exactly.
do have some. They have asylum for all of them, but the great majority of people still at the border are Hispanic and Latin people. So let's not mix the
And
two. We're not
Palestinian.
mixing. We're not
And
mixing.
Palestinian. And
No,
from
they're
Hamas.
coming over through
Palestinian.
different means. They're not sitting in line at
They're
a
coming
border
from
trying to get
everywhere.
in these
They're
walls, right?
coming from everywhere. Right? And
I don't
and the
know about everywhere
documentary
because
I
I don't
watched,
know where
no, they
everywhere
are.
is.
They are, and the Chinese have been treated better. The ones from Asia and China and whatnot, they have been treated better. They have
Now
been
you're
put up
talking about race.
us bill.
We're talking
Listen
about
here,
war and babies, and you gonna make it a race thing.
I cannot. When we talk about immigrants, and that's what they call them, aliens, but to a certain point. But when they were coming in over the season, and it was getting really bad in Chicago and Illinois at that point. This is the only part I'm talking about. Well, now I don't know where the status is at this point, but from that point right there, that when they started putting Americans out, hotels and homes and whatnot, shelters or whatever, and taking them in. At this
That's what
point,
Trump said. But there's no, but do you have actual proof in your city that they did it? Because I don't have no proof in mine. Now I have actual proof that
listen,
we have immigrants over here because we have a mayor that is that has opened up the door for them to be able to come in. So I know what the policy is of the person who lives here, right? He does not sit here and mind it. I come from California. We've always had immigrants there. It has never changed the trajectory of anything. Skid Row has always been there, and it's not comprised of immigrants. It's comprised of English-speaking people, right? People who can't afford to sit here and have the more. And even when they do get the more is so high out there that you can never pretty much reach it once you get so far. Right? It'd take a miracle. So they got the working homeless over there, the working class homeless people over there in California. Right. So again, these issues are a little closer to home.
I
And
don't know.
the conversation was these children. So these children that are here, and these children that have been sleeping outside, waiting to sit here and get in through these doors. And we have plenty. Don't act like we just don't have nothing, because they come from nothing. We have a lot in compared to other people. More than we should. Some people are just greedy as hell, have so much and won't even give you a piece of them bread.
Mm-hmm.
We want to give them USDA grade commissary ass food, and then sit here and say that we helping because people are so greedy here in the Americas. Cut down all the orange groves and citrus groves. They say we need more houses because see, we want to live like we the wealthy too, and they just taxing your ass out the wazoo. And then meanwhile, everything that we hold dear is sitting here like citrus trees, grapefruits, oranges, lemons, limes, that kind of
So
stuff.
we put them all down to grow
It's
houses.
being
Where we
cut
gonna grow
down to
food?
nothing to make room for more greedy Americans who want to live in a nice big house, make it, and become somebody. And you
So if
got poor
everybody come
people
to
with
America,
children
then where we
right
gonna grow
outside his
food?
door. Poor people with children. Poor people with children right outside your big fat house. You got poor people with children.
No, so let's build
You care
houses
about
that
No
kids
matter
now?
where they came from. What
Oh,
y'all, what are we
you
to
care
say
about
about these
kids now.
children?
You care about kids now.
No, I'm
Because
not
you
What,
ain't
what,
saying
care.
that.
what are
I'm
we,
just saying
what
that
are,
if
what are we to say
everybody
about
comes
these
to
children?
America, then
These
we
children are
gonna put
here,
everywhere.
local, Jake. So not your 350 miles away, ass kids. Your kids that is right here at your doorstep.
See, when you
What about
talking
them?
like this, when you talking like this, I don't want to live under a matriarchy. If this how y'all think.
But see, there's times
Stop it.
when your kids,
I
all
asked
my
you a
kids are
question
not
the same way you
in my
asked me
in my
about
state.
these
My
kids.
kids
I
are
brought these
in
kids
America.
closer to home, and you still act like you don't see them.
No, your boy Joe
Like you
Biden
don't
acts
see
like
these
you.
kids
No,
right here in the
your
United
favorite
States.
your favorite white boy Joe Biden acts like you don't see him. Because Jay would have
No,
saw him.
no. He ain't the only person because a lot of people happen to sit here and agree with Stupido, right? Who says, "Oh, we got to get rid of them. We got to get rid of them right now.
Mm-hmm.
Close the border. Let
Yeah.
your kids starve." So what?
Yeah.
You know what? But nobody's gonna feel this unless
So
somebody.
it's the same thing essentially. No, we're gonna let's
If
wrap
we
this
gotta go to
conversation up.
war,
It's the same thing. So if them
if we
kids are
gotta
getting
go to
bombed over
war,
there, these
that's a
kids
whole
are starving
different
over
thing.
here.
If we gotta go to war, that's a whole different. That's a whole
They
different
ain't
thing.
even asked to be born to none of that. War or
Bro, it
not
ain't
war.
the same thing. They starving and getting bombed.
And
There's
they
both
starving
over there.
and sleeping in the cold through the elements.
Who would you rather be?
What you mean, rather?
Because I'd rather not get bombed on. I don't know about you.
No, it's not a rather because you don't ask, you don't pick and choose who you born to.
But you prioritize.
It's not no, you don't even prioritize. You have a child, you have sex, you have a child. So then if that's the case, then are we spreading the word not to have sex during war? How they know? How they know they was supposed to sit here and go into a war? People are still living their life the same way we're living our life today. Lord forbid something sit here
The
and break out
moral,
and we have
the
people
moral, the
having
moral of the
conversations
story,
about an either
Gemini.
or
Let me
situation.
ask you a question. Is Missouri a blue state or a red state?
What do you mean is the majority a red state or a blue state? At this point, the majority is a blue state.
Okay, y'all Democratic. Okay. I was just curious.
It's like we don't get to sit here and have conversations and make choices about small children and where they're and who they're born to at the time things are happening. That's part of life cycle. We don't get to make them choices. Look at what they did over there in Africa. If that's the case, you had African people, paid mercenaries, went over there, killed up all the parents and left all the kids. Now the kids in the next 20, 50, and 100 years, oh, they got a way that they want to run the world. And they're going to sit here and do it. Right? And so kids being born, wherever they're born, however they're born, at the time they're born, they don't get a say. They gotta survive.
Joe Biden gets to say.
The same way these people out here at our gates, surviving in the elements, hungry, cold, and with the possibility of being separated from their parents too, and it don't have to be a bomb that separates them.
Do you
Now,
realize
as
Joe
for adults,
Biden?
that's a whole nother conversation. But
Do you realize?
children don't get a say.
Man, I just can't believe that you are excusing the war crimes of this man Joe
We
Biden.
that's not an excuse. It's the truth.
Even
It's the truth.
under
Did you pick your parents?
even under the Obama
Did you pick yours? Because
administration,
I didn't get a chance to pick mine because mine went
Obama,
wealthy and rich.
Obama and Biden have blood on their hands over there in Afghanistan because their boy Julian Assange came out with WikiLeaks and exposed them for all of their war crimes, bombing innocent people, all these war generals giving them the command to go and drop that bomb on that group. All this stuff your boy Joe Biden's a part
Bring
of.
that stuff
And you don't.
okay, so bring all these accusations again. closer to home.
It's not accusation. It's already proven.
Let's keep it United States, because your boy Trump is
That
over
is
there
United States.
with Putin sitting here making sure that they hack into the ballot system and jack that all up. So are we excusing that?
I got another gripe with you. Let's
are we excusing that? Are we excusing that ballot fiasco? And then have other politicians
because
we're gonna
talk about
broken?
this. Who's better for Black people? Trump or Biden?
Definitely Biden, not no damn Trump. How the fuck is Trump better for Black people when he sat here and had your sister and the mother accused of something that they did not do, ruined their lives personally, had his people make some phone calls, ruin these people's lives?
What that got to do with Black people?
All over the news.
Were they Black?
All over the networks. People knew they face wherever they go, and people were spitting on these people, throwing shit at these people, bombing. I was trying to burn down their damn house, scratching up their car, spray painted this shit. They had to leave their entire state, and they were Black people. And Trump sat and spread that propaganda himself. He made sure he spread
that propaganda.
What do you mean?
When
he lost to Biden, he blamed it. He blamed it on the two Black women, a mother and daughter, who were at a ballot. He made sure he.
Oh, you got to bring that out. I didn't know that.
Personally,
you got to bring that
himself.
out.
What kind of president comes from the White House to the local people to personally destroy their lives?
Dang, I ain't hear about
have everybody witness it. Who does that?
You sure? You didn't make that up?
I'm positive.
I am
positive. He had to pay them for slander because when they found out it wasn't the truth, he made them wealthy. Because he had to write a check so these people could live again and go back to their actual lives. He came from on high to go low to destroy two women.
If you were to give Biden a report card grade, A being the best, F being the worst, for his 4-year term as president, what would you give him?
I would give him probably a C-, because at least he didn't come from on high to accuse people, regular citizens like me and you, who was making what? $17, $24 at a voter registration just for a season. He didn't do that. He did not sit here. The man who hit Nancy Pelosi's husband in the head with the hammer equated it back to Trump. So again, he's coming from on high whenever he feels. And if you do something to him, he's so petty, he will come and destroy you. They even have text messages of him telling his own people, I will destroy you if you don't make sure that I have this and I have that, if you don't vote for me. I will sit here and do this. What kind of man is that? That's the man you want for president? A man who don't have no problems destroying the people he is supposed to be protecting. Come down from on high to destroy you like that?
You got a point, Gemini. You got a point.
Where does it end? I'm just saying, where does it end? And when do we stop the crazy? In our own communities? When do we stop the crazy elsewhere? And when do we hold our own people who's supposed to sit here who signed?
So let me ask you a question.
When do we hold them for real accountable too? We can't reach them. They're too high. So we can only do things locally, but still we have a voice.
Were Black people doing better economically under Trump or under Biden?
No, Black people. Okay, no. That's a two-part question. Business owners were doing a little bit better under Trump only because he relaxed some of the rules, but he relaxed most of the rules starting from on high, which is like the SEC, right? Because he had trades, he has a digital currency, he has money on high that he needed to protect. He's a businessman, so he protected the interest that protects his business. Everybody else, he left hanging.
So do you think it's better for Black people to be business owners or continue to be like consumers mainly?
No, to do both. You have to do both
Okay,
because
obviously, but we want to.
because consumers ideas become viable. You purchase them, which makes you a
Now,
consumer, even if you are a business person.
I see the trend moving where more people in general, but Black people as well, want to have ownership, which means they want to be business women and business men. So if one candidate is better for the future of our people that want to be business owners and to have agency over their lives and their economic situation, why the hell would we choose the other one?
Okay, because it goes back to ethics, which your guy has none. He only does things that benefit him, which means that he essentially is only paving the way so that he can eat, not so that we can eat. It just so happens, it's just like technically when Obama relaxed the rules, he called it domestic partnership. He never said gay, black, or white, or this and that. He said domestic partnerships can be covered under insurance and Medicaid. If you never looked up that word domestic partnership, then you don't know what he's talking about. And if domestic partnership does not apply to you, then guess what? You miss all those benefits too. So sometimes we can make a law, and it just so happened that domestic partnerships apply to people of the same sex, It applied to them, which means also that they got certain benefits too. Not that it was strictly for gay people. No, it was for domestic partnership, meaning people who are common law married, no matter what sex they are, same sex or non-same sex. So sometimes when we create laws, depending on the umbrella and the language of it, we catch that, we catch the windfall, and some of it can work in our benefit if we know how to apply it. Some of it does not. That's the way all the laws are. But in Trump's case, most of the laws benefit him from up on high because we don't do business up that high. It only applied for the people over a certain dollar tolerance. You can't just relax the rules to benefit only you and yours, because what about everybody else? So there was the guise of, no, we're all going to benefit, but how? Because entrepreneurship, even that word right there, is grassroots. Grassroots means starting from the beginning. As a seedling growing up, showing some roots. It does not mean an established business, because that would be a tree already bearing fruit that you can go and pick, and season after season is going to sit here and bear fruit no matter how much you pick from it. That's two different things. So some of these laws, you have to be careful, because do they apply to you or not? Do you make that kind of money or not? Are you around people who do this type of business or not? He relaxed tariffs. Why? Because the imports and exports that he was using came from the same import. They only come one way. They only get shipped one way. He didn't have no extra special cargo, no extra special nothing. So he relaxed everything so that things can come his way and benefit the people, benefit himself and the people that he made promises to. He relaxed a lot of different things that applied only and strictly to the wealthy business owners, not to all business owners.
Well, only being fair, the taxes are only going to come from the wealthy business or the wealthy, right?
No, that's not true. No, he relaxed it so that they could pay less. This is what the argument, and he didn't start that war. This war has always, that conversation has always been, about how much taxes do the wealthy actually, how much taxes should the wealthy actually pay? And should they pick up the burden of the everyday ordinary citizen? That has always been on the table. That has always been a thing. So the wealthy do not pay more in taxes. They actually pay less.
Are you a
And when
socialist?
Trump was in office, they paid even less than that. They were extra caviar.
Are you a socialist?
No. Well, no, I'm not into. No, I'm too free for all of that. I'm too free for any of them damn rules.
So then you agree that the wealthy shouldn't have to take care of the less fortunate?
No, I don't agree that the wealthy should have to take care of a damn thing. I agree that the money that you make, another man technically shouldn't be telling your ass what to do with it in the first place. But seeing how we have a system
So you're a
already put in
Republican.
place.
You're a
Well,
Republican.
hold on. Seeing that we have a system already put in place, and we have to respect its rules because we were only born to it. We didn't create the system. We were born inside the system. That's also two different things. But we have a way to get exactly what we need when we navigate this world. Nobody tells you how to navigate this world. And nobody, when you're born either, tells you that what kind of smarts you're supposed to have. That's the great thing about the Americas, right? Is that you can come from nothing and become something. That is the great American story. It still holds true, but not for everybody. Some of us are working damn hard and still only got a little bit. Some of us are working damn hard and got just enough. Some of us are working damn hard and we have more where we can sit here and spread the love.
You might need
All
to.
us have paved the way for some of us to have this day. So what are we saying? Right? Okay, because we couldn't have been here, right, if somebody hadn't made it for us to be here. Right? Because we've heard the stories that you wasn't gonna be nothing but a dishwasher, you wasn't gonna be nothing but this, you don't have to study for that. We've heard the stories, and to be able to sit in the office and have these jobs and say, I've never worked at McDonald's. I've never, my first job was working here, and then I moved from here, and I've owned my own daycare, and we've worked these successful jobs and made X amount of money, and you know what I'm saying, and can say this is this and this is that, and you know what I'm saying, and to be able to do that, this is one thing, but we can't say that we didn't got where we at and didn't come from something else that somebody else had did for us to make it that far. You see what I'm saying? Because even my college tuition, some of it was grants. Some of it was not all of it wasn't loans. You see, and that I had to pay back. You see, and so just saying some of that, that was still somebody else paving my way. So I can't just say I did it all on my own. You know,
okay, but grants come from the system. Grants do not come from a
no. All I'm saying
money. Hold on. Because there's money that you make. Hold on, there's money that you make, and then there is money that is made for the system of things
that got here. So when I have to take my money out my check, and I see $600 go to Social Security, when I see $400 go to this, when Obama was in office, I saw as my kids started going off of this insurance and this insurance, and when it was just me, and my health insurance was just 189 or 179, and when Obama
left y'all insuranceless because y'all ungrateful.
Okay,
this is the time before Obama. You couldn't even get that. You couldn't even get that little insurance.
All pitch in and make everybody have a little insurance, just like this thing is now, where
the wealthy, and that's my point.
Take care of the less fortunate. Well, Obamacare was the same thing, and when Obamacare came in, my $109, $149 insurance went up to $500, and it wasn't nobody on there with me.
You
So I was
for
helping take
pointing
care of the less
that
fortunate.
out.
So
And
why
thank
the
you for
fortunate they
hold
help take
on,
care of the less fortunate
no,
because
thank you
I
for
wasn't that
pointing
damn
that out.
fortunate, and I help take care of the less fortunate with health insurance, right?
No,
And I'm
but
disabled
what
right
you
now,
Uh-oh.
and I'm not asking
realize,
nobody for my money. My
She right.
what
disability
you
is from
failing
the
to
money I
realize is
work
that
for.
it's
So
what you
let
failing
the
to
fortunate
realize in
help the
all
damn
of it, Sakina.
and I don't feel a damn shame for them.
Listen, what you failing to realize is because see, you don't obviously understand where your money come from. So when taxes and things like that are being pulled out of our checks, we are the little people taking care of the little people. The wealthy has not been taking care of us at all. So you can X their money out right now
No,
out of
that's
the
what
whole
I'm asking
conversation.
for. Let them
This
take
is what
care
I'm
of
sitting
the
here,
little
and this
people.
is what I'm sitting here saying. So they don't have no worries like that because they ain't got to pay to take care of no goddamn body. People have been trying to get them to take care, pay their fair share, like the rest of us, for the longest. For years and years and years and years and years. And wealthy, it's the wealthy that created the loopholes to keep them from paying their fair share from the beginning. And it's people like Trump that will keep the wealthy on high because he don't believe in paying into the system either. Everybody else, though, pays into the system. So it's the little people taking care of the little people. And I definitely would not agree. And I would agree that your insurance did go up to sit here and $500. But it was a time before Obamacare when people couldn't even get insurance and they all still had to sit here and go through the system of Medicaid through DSSS, right? Department of Social Services. Everybody had to sit here and go through there, and people were not getting. And if you had Medicare, people would be like, "Oh, you know what? Shoot, that ain't enough for me to sit here. I'm a whole doctor. I went to school for 19 years, and you want me to sit here and take your Medicaid? I ain't doing that." That was before Obama. So Obama tries to come in and make it fair across the board to give everybody some decent Medicaid and some decent insurance so the doctors wouldn't be the one saying that, hey, you got Medicaid, you die, and this person got personal health insurance, they're going to live. That was the whole point of that. And doctors still have the nerves, audacity to be funny now. I have to sit here and bust that yeehaw on their ass. Like, listen, I had when that lady did that, when that man rather botched my dinner work and they had that lady come in, because I hadn't been to the emergency room in years, because preventative medicine is the best medicine. I stand on that, right? So I went there and they sat here and cut that, and she saw that my insurance was yeehaw. That's bomb ass federal insurance. Motherfucker still asked me, so I'm not sure if you have insurance or not. So the doctor, when it came, I'm not sure what kind of insurance you got. I said, I'm not worried about my insurance. I'm a whole federal employee. I have great insurance. Thank you very fucking much. And he still did a botched job anyways. Was it because I'm Black? Was it because I'm female? Was it because, hey, Black females shouldn't have good insurance? What was it?
Patriarchy.
What
Patriarchy.
was it that made him still go there? And this is in 2024. This was just last month. The month before last, in May. What made him act like that? What made him decide to sit here, look at a Black woman and say, hope your insurance ain't sketchy?
Just in case.
So you tell me what's going on. What is going on? But these are the types of things the little men have to sit here and worry about, not the great big old man. The great big old man is fine, sitting in his fat house with food full of refrigerator and ain't worried about shrinkflation or inflation on shit.
Joe Biden. That's Joe Biden right there. You talking about?
Because look at the shape look at what he was handed. Joe Biden, and each president, don't forget, presidents come after the fact, not before the fact. So now they only got a little bit of time to get the country in tip-top shape, which never really happens in 4 years because it really happens in 8. Nothing is done overnight. Gestation takes almost a whole year, just about 9 whole damn months. And anything that comes earlier than 9 months, can have all types of issues and conditions. It's the same way with anything. A house is not built unless you got a prefab ass house, but let the weather come and test that prefab house out. And we'll see how those walls are being built. Because anything that is worth building takes time always. And that's relationships up to politics.
Ooh.
So y'all not talking about Rick Ross getting punched in the face last night in Toronto?
Oh my! Listen,
listen, I got to. Unlike some of these people with all these jobs.
You think he said, huh?
Oh, man.
I got one, and I'm going, and I got to get some rest.
You think after he got punched, he said, huh? This nigga hit me in the face. Huh?
Gemini, you seen that?
Oh.
I couldn't believe it. Who was the
Right?
first
Oh man. all these free ass jobs and all it took was COVID to show people true colors. They didn't really want to work in the first place. But they had that game on lock when it was coming to get that damn unemployment and them PPI loans. They had that game on lock. Now the shit don't exist, and they saying take your regular ass to get a regular job. Ooh, shit, can't do that. You ain't gonna catch me working. What kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? I mean, come on. The state that we're in right now is pitiful. Is it by our own doing, or is that systemic? A little bit of both. More, probably. People cannot sit and say, because I know some people that would argue and say, this is why we shouldn't give people unemployment, because people lie and steal and cheat. People have always stolen and lied and fucking cheated.
And
so
it don't come
what?
to
So
you
what?
anyway.
So what? So what if they stole a couple of little measly $1,000 from PPI when you got politicians up on high ruling things in their favor so they can legally steal the world blind?
But it wouldn't matter because
it's all the same
anyway.
thing. It's all the same thing. I'm not gonna get hung up on the little $500 you stole from PPI, and you got the next man who done sat here and stole 50,000, 50 million, and everybody hung up on that.
You still support P. Diddy? Gemini, you still support P. Diddy?
Shut up. I ain't never supported P. Diddy, for your FYI. I ain't never supported Diddy.
Just checking.
When Kim Porter was talking about how Diddy was beating her ass, I never supported Diddy after that because I believed Kim way before Cassie.
When did she say that?
Kim Porter?
Yeah, this is before me, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Way before, years ago, when she was sitting here telling people, when people was reporting it, people was sitting here talking about that relationship long before Cassie. I remember when Cassie brought herself out and was like, that's her, not me. Like, wait, what?
See, I didn't know none of that.
This is what we talking about now. No respect for people who come before them. And then when Diddy did her the same way, now all of a sudden, it's, I'm so, I want everybody to feel sorry for me. But she didn't want nobody to feel sorry for Kim when he was beating the hell out of her, doing the same exact shit he's doing that he did to you. She ain't even here. She did. They still trying to figure out if that was a real homicide or, was that accidental? They still trying to sit here and figure that out. She ain't even here no more to even talk about it. But now when Cassie is crying, now she wants that same respect she should have gave Kim. But see, I don't have to respect him. I don't have to respect her. She's so old. I ain't got to respect her. That was her, not me. I'm young, pretty, and new. He would never do me like that.
He did you worse.
Facts.
I don't know though, because
it's bananas the things that we would sit here and put up with. And another person, we're like, hey, so what? Hey, look at that. That's them. That's them. No, it's not a that's them when it comes to domestic violence. It's not a them. It's a everybody he put his hands on. For every woman he put his hands on, that's said something about it. And we didn't believe they asked the first damn time.
Listen, if we stop running behind no good ones, right? That will let a sister know, because sometimes I used to, listen, I told a joke one time and said that one time I must have dated somebody and this girl kept chasing up behind her. And so I really thought I had a good man. And then when, a couple of months ran by and I found out he wasn't no good and I started to whoop her ass. Because you had me under the impression I had a good ass man the way you was running up behind him. You know what I'm saying? The way you was stalking him and carrying on, girl, you made me think I had a good ass man. I was like, "Ooh, I got a good one. Look how she acting." Come to find out he wasn't no good. Girl, I want to whoop your ass. You didn't have me running around here with this fool. If you would have stayed where you was, hell, he would have been back sooner than this. You had me holding on to this fool for no damn reason. Oh, you ass whooping. You see what I'm saying? So we need to cut that out. You know what I'm saying? Stop all this foolery. You running behind this nigga and you know he ain't no damn good. Stop that. He be back quicker. You see what I'm saying?
And then wait a minute. Let's take that a step further. All the people say running after the no good man, and all the people who so proud can see Diddy was a producer for the people. Oh, he was so charming. He had all the right words to say. And he was like, "Oh, you got a girlfriend who got girlfriends? Bring all them over." And they snap into, "Ooh, guess what? Guess where I'm going to? A Diddy party. Ooh, Diddy is my friend. That's my home. He got my personal number." Then he sent his boys out. "Y'all go get them, bring them girls, bring them people to the party." What you say? What? Diddy? Oh man, Diddy cool people, y'all. Diddy cool. He letting us all come over to the party. He told me to bring 100 people to the party.
Another outfit. You know he gonna rip that one. You need to tell the truth. You know how it's gonna be. Girl, you might run out here screaming with no clothes on. Bring another outfit. What?
That part. Everybody wanted to sit here and be his friend. Oh, he was for the people. Oh, he was turned up.
You need to tell
him.
Can't stop,
don't stop. Take that.
Yeah, why you like going over there? I just like to chase.
I mean, it's ridiculous what we do because again, we come from a lot of poverty, and we don't want to be in poverty. So we want to associate ourselves with celebrities and people who got the money and people who doing it big. We want to be up in the spot.
Yeah, they make.
That's
I don't know. Everybody doing
anything. That's almost anything. We feel like it'll give us a step up.
I don't know what
stop that.
Yeah,
we got to stop that, and we have to have more people, and we have to sit here and learn how to do business ethically. We have to walk in some integrity, and we cannot let these celebrities be the only things our future generations see and want to aspire to. That's why the walls of that Jericho had to be tumbled down, because we have to build it back up better.
That's right. Now you cooking. Keep going now. Keep going.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? And it's a shame that we have come to that as a people. It's a shame that we have allowed these homegrown celebrities to come into our houses and raise our children. That's amazing.
I agree.
Because they're going, look, I don't need you to give me facial. Look here. I got a
Sakina.
And showing you all the celebrities, and then you going, well, damn, who am I? Get my jacket. I can't top that.
Listen, it's 12 o'clock. I'm getting off this live with you, boo.
I can't top that. You see who in that?
Get your auntie.
That's a regular old Jane. I ain't nobody. I can't top that. I'm out of here.
Talking about some damn fellatio.
You see this?
Oh my God, Sakina, stop!
Man,
look, y'all. Look, Sakina J. Who used to do that? Sakina.
I don't remember.
You trying to scare the Holy Ghost out me or in me?
Sakina. Oh my God.
Oh, never mind.
Exactly. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm about like her now, Sakina. If you don't sit here and stop talking about
I know your secret.
So what was the topic of this show? I didn't see the
Topic
topic.
of the show is actually the summer solstice. And it goes into the summer solstice, the Earth axle, and it correlates with the longest day of the year, which was actually June 24th. But it also goes into
June 21st.
June 21st. I'm sorry. And
Thank
then
you
it
very
also
much.
goes into oh my goodness, what is it? Daylight saving time, right? And it also goes into the Arctic Circle, the equator, and the Antarctic Circle, which deals with the ecosystem and all of this climate change, what's going on now. It also goes into when we talk about daylight saving, which happens in between April and March when that hour goes back. But we actually celebrate the longest day of the year on June 21st, Gemini's birthday.
Oh shoot. Okay.
And that's when the sun actually becomes that longest day at noon. And this is the beginning of summer when you actually start getting the extra longer time of summer. So that's when the sun, you get longer days of sunlight. And it really is about energy saving, right? So when we get down to the other continents and countries, we're going to go into how some of those continents and countries get up to 2 months of sunlight, pure sunlight, and other one, in the winter solstice they get the 2 months of darkness, right? So I got a couple of videos on how they deal with that, and then they get some of the Arctic life and the Antarctic life, some of the things that happen on the equator, and some of the things that happen with the weather. Excuse me. And it's a little bit on the calendar system, right? Because that's part of it. Maybe I think it's a video on who actually invented taking the time in with daylight savings itself. And there's a discussion about taking it back. So yeah, we're gonna rock in and out of it. So it's
and then it correlates with the Earth's axis because of the way that the Earth spins on the tilt, and so it depends on how much sunlight. Yeah, so all of that is correlating together. But we will be back to actually do the show because
let me
7, so I'm gonna have to get off of here.
Okay, let me tell y'all this really, really fast because once we I think
and my cousin Jay, you always got me fussing with my cousin Jay.
Right, so we got this tilted Earth, and it's already tilted. So you got this axis. So when that sun hits from here, from this point here, all of this is just deep in sunlight. So no matter how this world spins, right, the sun is here. And as it slowly moves, right, so for all of this up here, which we're going to go over, because the equator is here. So all of this part, because of the sunlight direct here, parts of Russia, Canada, and stuff like that, they're directly, Barbados and stuff like that, they're directly in sun for up to 2 months in direct sun. But in the North Pole, they'll be 6 months in direct sunlight. And down here in the Antarctic, they're in the complete darkness.
Right.
Right. So because of this tilt.
Real science.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. And so like I said, it's gonna take 2 days because with the extra videos, it's like 74 videos now, I think.
So another one
Before slides, yeah.
74 slides, yeah. So yeah. But it's gonna
You
take
went
2
all
days.
and out for this one. It's like
Yeah. So when
74
we
slides.
started, I don't know when we're gonna come because, like I said, tomorrow. But if we start tomorrow, Wednesday, and come back Saturday, we can complete it out.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, let's do that for sure.
Yeah.
And she's doing it too as a favor to me too, because the Earth's axis is something that I've really am interested in. So for my birthday, surprise too, we were supposed to be and talk about the Earth's axis, but we're just now getting into it, so it's all good.
Yeah. So let me before we go, I got something to show y'all. Hold on. Let me Nephew, I thank you so much for coming. Let me say that right fast. And I want to thank everybody else for joining us tonight. Listen, you didn't have to do it, but you did. Let me find my where we at? Is we right here? Let me see.
We technological savvy now, Jay. We got an intro and an outro.
Oh, you do? I missed it.
We do. We got an outro. I've been working hard on it too. It's not the best yet, but at least I got a starting point where I can build now. You see what I'm saying? Because I didn't have that before. So now it's on and popping.
Okay, wait. Maybe I can pull it up. We clowns.
Because Sakina and we be over here working, technically by ourselves. We didn't have the support of the collective like everybody else got an opportunity to have. We had to do this straight up grassroots, every inch of this platform.
Let me know when I'm sharing.
Sakina, I know. Can you move that out the way too? Can you move that bar out the way? Minimize that bar. Is there?
All you gotta do is click
those 3 dots. What about those 3 dots?
No, just click off the screen. It'll go away. When you click the background, click the background where the guy's at.
Up here?
No. Just the background where the guys are at. Click on their face. Click it again. There you go.
There you go.
This the intro? Is this the intro?
It's not exit.
That's the outro. That's why I said thank you. Like, share, subscribe.
You got an intro too?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It better be right, or I'm coming for you, Gemini. It better be right. You're a matriarch, and I ain't seen no women yet. It better be a woman on the intro. It better be a woman on the intro.
I just learned how to do this for your FYI.
I cannot.
I just learned how to do this. So
I
if there's some good stuff you want to,
I need to see 2 queens up there, Gemini.
I know. I'm working on it. I'm working.
You're a fake feminist. The fake matriarch, Gemini over here.
I cannot.
Not the fake matriarch.
Let's see it.
Okay. All right, let me know when you see it.
Better not be 2 more men up there. Let me see.
No, that's why that's the outro.
Okay, see some women
Move that
up
off
there.
That's quick.
I like that.
Move it. Tina!
I don't know why I
That
keep
comes off the way.
keep clicking it. I don't know if I can come back.
If you don't flip that thing off the way,
I did.
You did.
Coming back.
can't click on the back of the picture
Click it
so that
again.
it can.
Click it again. Click the screen. Click it again. There you go. Oh.
Came back.
Came back.
There you go.
There you go.
There we go. Start copyright. That's me.
I like it. I like it. This is cool. I like it. There we go. Got a queen back there. That's what I'm talking about. That'd be a queen in there. No, that's dope. I like it.
Thank you. I thought I did a good job too because I spent some time with it. I was like, oh, I gotta get this. I gotta get it.
No, you did good.
I gotta get it. So
No,
now we
that's
have
cool. I like that.
we have
Yeah.
that's our intro, and then the outro says thank you. And we have to put some black men in it too, because we can just not have no king and we some women.
All right. That's right. There we go.
Yes. Your love is king. Crown me with your
know. So I'm like, and then as time go on and I
You made
update
that,
my
Gemini?
equipment,
Gemini, you made that?
my software, get my editing game on stronger. You know what I mean?
You
I'm
made
gonna have
that,
some
Gemini?
top-notch stuff in a couple months.
Hold on. You made that from top to bottom?
Yeah, I made that. I use Canvas.
Who chose the music? Who chose the music?
I do. I did.
Keep looking. Keep looking for the music. See if you can find it.
No, it's just you get a future, but this is our intro because we be doing stuff, so we have to have something that would just that would just
It's generic. No, I got you.
Yeah, and keep a loop in a person's mind, because sometimes those loops help you remember.
But I feel like y'all could find something that's a little bit more groovy and like, you know what I'm saying? Like
we absolutely can. So if you got a spot too where we can get some non-copyright music, and I have lots of music. That's not the only music, but that loop was just a loop that was so generic, like, oh, a person would remember this right off the bat. So we do have some. So I can put some.
I want to hear
something
something groovy when I come here, though. I want to hear groovy when I come here.
Oh,
okay.
You gotta hear something groovy when you come over here.
You want to hear something hitting? I got you.
Yeah, some groovy, some disco, some groovy and different.
Some disco. You better come on, talk about some disco. We gonna talk about love.
I got a few things, but we have to find an intro music that we're gonna keep, because I'm not gonna keep like editing, putting music in there. So we have to find some music that that we like, that we can play over and over and over and over again for the intro.
Trust me, groovy with the visuals is perfect. I love the visuals. I just think if you could switch up the vibe with the music just a little bit,
okay,
it'll feel more like y'all, because y'all are groovy.
Okay.
To me. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of groovy.
No, that's good. No, that's good. That's good, Jay. Thank you.
Speaking of groovy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate all the feedback.
Yeah, let's find something groovy.
Feedback is important. So yeah, we can't get something
right.
It's still
up
early.
in there.
That's why.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's early.
Mm-hmm.
Groovy is the word.
I'm telling you. Y'all give me a quick music lesson.
He is not gonna let that go.
Give me a quick music lesson. What happened to disco music?
John Travolta.
What? John Travolta?
He happened to disco and they cut that shit out.
He took
next
over.
genre.
John Travolta in them pants.
I thought he was an actor.
He is, but he did that movie Saturday Night Live with disco in it. It's a movie about disco.
John,
and they said
The
To
Lords of
hell with that.
Flatbush,
Let's move the
John
jazz.
Travolta, and them disco pants. I think once he Scarface. No, yeah, Scarface.
Once he tapped in, yeah, he just destroyed the whole thing. You know how that go.
No, he brought it out. Let's start there. But when he left, um, something happened to
I do
disco.
not equate disco with no damn John Travolta.
Yes, John Travolta was disco.
No, Donna
Listen
Summer was
here.
disco. I
Listen
equate
here.
disco
Okay,
with
listen.
where
John
it
Summers and the Commodores was, yeah,
thank
because
you.
that's where the Fishes Saved Pittsburgh and all that came from. Magic Johnson or Dr. J and yeah, all of that, right. But John
Now
Travolta,
they may have handed
Gloria
him or
Gator,
put it on the big screen.
okay, because that's where,
But we all know that
when
Janet
black
Jackson did
people,
not invent
but
Dookie braids when she had it on Poetic Justice. It was already a style in the neighborhood. All the girls were wearing it.
exactly.
And they decided to put it on her head and put her on TV because they
Who?
have the platform.
Who?
Janet Jackson.
Oh, yeah. Her braids.
Was already a hairstyle that all the girls were wearing in the neighborhood long before her platform, and they decided to put it on the big screen. Same thing with John Travolta. Disco was already invented before
Well,
they made him
what
before
the
Saturday
difference
Night
with
Live.
John Travolta was he was one of the last of the dance lines in disco. That's the thing. It wasn't just he was disco. He was one of the last of the disco of the dance eras with disco. Donna Summers was one of the last of the best. She came in at the same time she left out. And
Donna Summer was not an actor; she was a musician. John Travolta is not a
exactly.
musician;
He
he is
wasn't
an
he wasn't
actor.
he
An
wasn't an actor.
actor.
Listen, at the time he was a young actor still coming in. This is where his career stepped out
We
from
know,
that
we know. That's what we
exactly.
saying. They gave him our shit and he made him a star. What else is new?
And that's
But
why I
he's not
said
the face
disco
of
went out
disco
with
at
John
all.
Travolta. Jay. Disco went out
That's
with John
crazy.
Travolta. Disco left out with John Travolta. It left with that era, John Travolta. That's when
Yeah.
he was the last of the whole dance line that went out with disco. That was the end of that
He was
whole
not even a dancer. He just could dance. It was his role to play. He was getting paid to do that.
understand that era went out with John Travolta.
No, with that
Young
movie. The
Pants.
era went out with that movie. John Travolta is an actor. He was getting paid to dance disco. He wouldn't have otherwise never
He
danced
killed it.
disco because it just wasn't their thing. But when you get paid to dance
He
disco,
killed
he
it.
did a damn good job. He was paid to dance
He
disco.
killed it.
And the
The
era
movie
went
was
out
great,
with
but
that.
he killed it. He killed it. He
With
killed
that
this.
movie.
It might have lasted a little
It was a
longer, but
movie,
he killed it.
a movie. It was a
He killed
movie.
it. The Bee Gees were great, but once they broke up, he killed it.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought the BGs were black.
No,
No, the
they
Bee
were.
Gees were white boys.
Yeah.
Damn.
I
Yeah.
know. No, but see, they were musicians. Music transcends, right? Music is not a necessarily a color. Because if that's
Yeah.
the case, you couldn't allow Tina Marie ass to fuck in. But she in because music is music. And if people make good music that, hits the soul like that, they just do.
Michael McDonald and the
Average
them
white
boys.
band. I mean, come on, they made some really good music. War was comprised of a mixed
He
group of people.
played,
Yeah.
right?
War is the shit. I seen them in concert last year. They was
Yeah,
still the bomb.com.
there was a lot of groups back then, because Funkadelic and them came after.
Now we talking about white people in music,
Right,
not
but
Funkadelic, not George Clinton.
David, what's his name from? What's them dude's name? Damn, the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Doobie Brothers, yeah.
Right, what's his name? Michael McDonald.
Mm-hmm. He was
Right,
part
the
of
Doobie
it. Yeah.
Brothers. And David, I can't think of his name. David, uh, damn.
And I don't know his name, the other member of the group from the Doobie Brothers. I just know them together as the Doobie Brothers. That's it.
Man, Daryl Hall and John Oates was another one, but I can't think of this dude's name. David somebody. Man, he's a nice cold jazz singer. Man.
That clock strike midnight 30. I'm out of here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, there's so much came after this though. At one time, it rushed it. It bum rushed it.
Well, the UK, Daryl and John also came from the UK explosion in the Americas.
Well, they were from Detroit.
They were.
Yeah, they were from Detroit. Amazingly. But the Bee Gees were from the UK.
The Bee Gees were.
Yeah, they were from the UK.
Oh, well, they've been here in Americas for a long time. They weren't part of the UK explosion.
Really? Well, I don't know about a UK
The Bee
explosion,
Gees
but
is old school.
yeah, they are. They are. Listen, you know, remember Barry Gibb was like the crush hired because Andy Gibb was their brother, but he came out first. Remember?
I
When
don't
they
know
did
all the
that
people. I don't know the first names of the band members.
Yes, but you know, that's remember they did that. They did the track for Grease. With right, because that's when you know. Listen, I was in my teenage years, and you know, keep your filthy paws off my silky drawers. You know, right? So you know all that kind of stuff. That you know that was the thing going to movies and seeing that kind of crap, and you know that. Yeah. So come on, just memories. Drive-in movies and carrying on, and yeah.
So okay, so we coming back. Yeah, so we're coming back Wednesday.
Yeah.
Sit here and do and finish up the rest of the show, or
Yeah,
start on.
this is a good one. Yeah, this was just we're back. Yay! Yeah,
We're back. We're back, damn
We're
it!
back. Yeah, I'm
And
gonna
we're
name that. We're
busting
back.
pinatas. We're back, damn it! And we're busting pinatas.
Yeah, that was a good
I
one. Well,
love
we
it.
got
I
to say
love
that.
it. Yeah, we are. We'll have a hot topic show. Bring the pie over.
Yes. Oh my goodness!
Heck
Wow.
yeah.
You want to let me name it?
Yeah, we had a good time when she did come. When she did come over.
I gotta get her in early enough.
Yeah, you ought to send her an invite, Sakina. Because over here, she could sit here and cut up and be her whole true Gemini self. Oh, we had a ball. We laughed so hard. My God, we had a super good time when she came over. And it's not all scripted and all this kind of stuff. We just are who we are. And
Yes.
so, you know, you can come over here and you know, and get it off. And then when we're back to the collective, you know, it is what it is with that too. So, but yeah, extend her that invite. Jay, you coming back? You coming back on Wednesday with us?
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. For sure.
See if Truist want to join.
Yeah, see if Truist want to come. Seriously.
What time you guys going live?
At 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Well, you guys
Yep.
changed the day. You changed the days you do shows now.
We're trying to, because we need to sit here and be a little bit more visible. Because sometimes we don't know. My family is a thorn when it comes to the weekends, and sometimes you know, I do want to hang with them, although I'm done kind of hanging out because I done hung out all June. Shoot, I celebrated my birthday a month straight, just about. And so, you know, I'm gonna sit stationary for a little while, but you know, we're working on some new things so that we can, you know, get back in our groove and, you know, get things flowing. And you know, you sometimes you just gotta dive in. It's not always, you know, things don't always go the way you want them to go. You just gotta kind of feel stuff
I
in
mean,
here and there.
I feel like YouTube definitely needed like this stream today. Like the variety is needed. There's not a lot of variety anymore.
Yep. Yep. I said the same thing. So you're right about that.
Yeah.
You were so right. You know, we need a more free flowing, you know, type of show. And plus me and Sakina, you know, we are two, you know, Black females who really enjoy, you know, astronomy, different parts of science. And, you know, it's cool. I think it's cool to sit here and have, you know, two Black females explore some of these topics concerning, you know, astronomy and science. You know, we don't have too many of us, you know, here on the platform and especially in our collective, you know, really talking about these things. We have pseudo killers and they can get all personal and, you know, sometimes takes things to the major extreme. You know, Lord forbid you disagree with anything that they have to sit and say. You have hell and
What about Bro
hell,
Sanchez?
hell to pay.
What about your boy Bro Sanchez?
You talking about Flat Earther Sanchez?
He might fall off this conversation.
Well, yeah, he cut. You remember he cussed me out, put me on blast. Then he cussed Freedom out.
I remember. Yeah,
Freedom
I remember.
and yeah, remember he cussed us all out one by one. It was like, oh, you thought you was getting away, Freedom? I'm off of Gemini. I'm on you now. I was like, Lord have mercy. But I don't have no beef with him. I don't have no beef with Sanchez. I just don't like a man. I just don't like a man to automatically go in and just start off with that disrespect because, you know, it never works out right. You know, disrespect is something that we just do too often, too frequently. You know, disrespect seems to be the order of almost, you know, every day, every channel. Hey, because you come over here and it's my channel, I can just disrespect you. No, that's not cool at all. And we don't subscribe to nothing like that. Maybe our channel, true, but that don't mean we get to disrespect you because you come on our channel like that.
Okay, I'll change that one later.
That's wild. And if you disagree, now we gonna tear you a new one. Like, what's going on? This is the whole reason why we have platforms and conversations for a reason.
Sakina, I feel like the next thing I want to learn about. Did you do shows on the?
Go ahead.
Did you do any shows on the individual planets like Neptune and going into Mars? I think you did Mars, right?
Yeah, we did Mars. Yeah.
Did Mars? Okay. Yeah.
Did we do Mars?
No, not yet. It's coming because we still have a lot of stuff to cover. But that's just, you know, content, you know, that's going to be coming through the weeks and months.
Right, because I don't think we did anything individual. We just focused on Earth, the sun, and the solstices and
our
the equinox, right? Atmosphere and things of that nature. We haven't focused on planets, not in the specifics. But what I was
kind of local. Because a lot of times we don't even know about the world we live in.
Exactly.
So this is just sometimes awareness to the planet Earth, which people live in the Earth. We are the people. So we should know more about the Earth. We really should. So this is just us and our way of, you know, showing people like, listen, you know, we enjoy things outer space, but we need to also enjoy the things inner space. We live here. We should know more about what's going on here.
Or try to understand the connection.
Absolutely.
I think what I do want to get into, and it would be good if truths come, right, especially in this situation, is with this element chart. And the reason I want to see that is because with all of the elements, right, in the masses, right? And Gemini, this is where you come in at, right? Because all of these elements, one way or another, we need them, or we have them here on this earth. But if we were in the atmosphere, you find them in the masses, right? In one source or another, being in a planet, being in a star, being in radiation. You see what I'm saying? And so these are elements in masses, right? Whatever it is in the system outside of itself. So you find iron, right? We already know about the plasma. We already know about radiation. We know about iron. We know about chlorophyll, right? We know about flavonoids, right? All of these elements, we're going to find them on this element chart. Now, you know for yourself, because I'm about to get my shots, we taking the same kind of shots or whatever that rebuilds our inner system. And we learning this from an outer system, right? From a same kind of ecosystem. You see what I'm saying? So only it's a connection, but it's not, but it is. Do you see what I'm saying? Phenomenons. So it's only to take care of ourselves. So maybe what an ancestor may have said that they said was foolery. You still scientifically looking for the same thing to try to find proof for what they said. So is it truth to what they said? I'm not saying they were lying, you did. But yet now you're trying to seek the same damn stars, right? So the astrology that you turned into astronomy. So what are we saying? We ain't trying to think harder. We're just trying to think smarter. And I'm not trying to call you no lie. I'm not trying to debunk it. I'm just trying to make sense out of it. You see what I'm saying? So I can have an understanding. That's it. You trying to take somebody's heaven, somebody's whatever, somebody's dreams. That's why these kids don't have dreams, because they want everything now. That's reality. Your spectrum, your greediness. Nobody wants to own up to nothing no more. Where is your truth? How do we correctly teach somebody? By telling the truth, just own up to it, by moving forward. What do we discuss all the time? The same thing we ask somebody else to do is the only thing that we can agree to. And with that, I'm going to say peace and hotep. I love y'all. And we're going to see y'all on Wednesday.
All righty. Have a good night.
You too, Jay.
All right. Bye.
See you soon.